And we're live. This is Julien from the Royal Seamoss Company. I don't know what happened today. I think something with the audio. Like normally, I'm allowed to put some background music, but for some reason, I couldn't do it today. That's strange. But either way, let's get this show started. I'm gonna start the clubhouse room, and as usual, there's no real set topic tonight, but I'm open to take some questions. See if anybody has anything they want to know about CMOS. So there are a couple of people already in the clubhouse. See if they want any questions, but we could talk a little bit about who I am. My name is Julian. I'm one part of the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, the company that's based in St. Lucia. Hey, Jasmine, how's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Good, good, good. So, what brings you to Let's Talk About CMOS this week? What did you want to talk about?
Well, I actually just came in to listen. I always go back and listen to your replays on your live on Facebook, so
Oh,
I
thank
was
you.
just listening.
Nice, nice. Did you have any questions while you're here? Like we're just getting started. So.
um, Not right now. Well,
Mhm,
I guess maybe the fact that I'm trying to enter into like the wholesale part of sea moss,
mhm.
not necessarily the raw moss, but the actual prepared items like the juices and the gels and the body creams and things like that.
Those are good things to get into. You know what I mean? Because there's not a lot of people making a lot of juices or creams or anything like that. Like on the wholesale, like everybody's kind of doing it individually, but there
Right.
needs to be someone or more companies that all they do is like say wholesale gel and they make it for other people. There's a lot of people that will sell gel, but they don't want to make it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that, and I'm really really trying to push the juices because ever since I added those to my stores, it really kind of took off after that because people want the convenience of just grabbing the juice out of the refrigerator or something like that and going.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely with the drinks. You know what I mean? People are going to formulate them into a drink already, and some people don't have all the fruits and stuff like that to make their own smoothies. You know what I mean? Like they'd want like some people will go and grab and spend $5-10 every day to get a juice that's already prepared than to go through the trouble of preparing it themselves. Like there are markets there. It just needs to be explored.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to find my audience. I guess I've had a few places, quite a few places, but I guess I'm just trying to grow more.
Mm-hmm. You're selling the gels now, right?
Yeah, I'm selling the gels now.
So, just have you tried introducing the product slowly to those people that you're already selling to? Like saying, "Hey, do you want to try this?" Or even throwing in like some sample bits of of the drink and getting like feedback from them.
I sell the juice and the gels currently, so I have a large customer base that are not wholesalers
Mm-hmm.
that buy the gels, but I want to sell them wholesale now.
Mm-hmm.
The whole private label thing, and I have a few that were customers that inquired about it, and I sell to them wholesale, but I'm trying to get some more people.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing like farmers markets or any of those kind of like events and stuff?
I do a couple of pop up shops.
Oh, that's
Um,
cool.
yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I said that's cool that you did a couple
Oh,
pop-up shops. Yeah.
okay. I thought you said hello.
No, no, no.
But yeah, I do a couple pop up shops. I do actually have a um, a office space
Hmm.
that I plan to open for people to come and walk in and purchase
Mm.
items, but I've just been kind of slow at doing that.
Yeah, it's Christmas, a lot of holidays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, so to sell your juice and stuff, are you thinking of selling them in stores, or I'm just trying to think like what kind of markets you could sell to, like even not just stores, but maybe like fitness trainers. They could
Mm-hmm.
offer this, like say, because I'm assuming you might have like a juice cleanse mix or something, and it.
I have one that's like a detox. It
Hmm.
has um, activated charcoal in it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But it's made with raw cane sugar, and
Hmm.
a lot of people that is trying to watch their weight and work out and things like that. Um, some people have asked me to make it with like a sugar free
Hmm.
type of thing, but I'm not really too gung ho on sugar free items.
No, so then maybe that's not your market. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you can't like try to be the end all and be all for everybody. You know what I mean? Like some people are just gonna say, you know what, these aren't my customers. You know what I
Right,
mean? And don't focus on them because it's gonna take away from the energy that you have doing what you like doing. You know what I mean? And
right,
so you just gotta find other people that like those juices that are okay with cane sugar. You know.
right.
Mm.
We'll see. I just really started promoting it within the past couple of days. So, beyond the people that were regular retail customers that get it now and expand their business with it,
Mhm.
I'm until I find, somebody else to reach out to, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta keep like trying different things, like trying different people. Like you never know who's going to be your sort of like next amazing client. You know what I mean? Like this is the perfect like it's in the situation you're in where you're sort of trying to figure out where your space is. You almost have to taste a few different things to try them to see whether it hits or not, and then just be prepared to kind of let it go if it's not working, you know what I mean, and try something else.
Right. And I kind of had to learn that when I was selling my gels. Everybody is not going to like my gels.
Hmm.
Everybody doesn't like the flavor, but, you know, some people will. So I
Hmm.
had the hard way.
But it's good that you've learned that lesson, you know what I mean. Like some
Mm,
people, it takes them forever to kind of come to that conclusion, and they spin their wheels so much and they don't understand. And you know what I mean, it's just to
yeah, I
some people
agree.
it's right there, they figure it out right away. So it's good that you did that and not waste time, because that's what it comes down to is time, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Cool. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I need to like figure out some stuff to talk about because then there's times like this where I'm just like, okay, so what do we talk about that we haven't talked about when it comes to like CMOS? It's like sometimes you talk for hours and then there's days where it's like, okay, what do I
Yeah, yeah.
I talk about?
You cover quite a lot in your lives on Facebook. I don't always catch them like exactly when you're doing them, but I go back and rewatch them.
Hmm.
Um, I think it was one where you talked about. I think it was like the fruit infused. No, 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 that wasn't it. I can't remember one. I cannot remember what it was, but it was you and two other guys that was talking. I cannot remember what it was,
Was
but
it maybe about powdered? Like we were talking about powdered fruit that we were using um, in the Seamoss? Because I know that's something that we've talked about is like the like types of fruits that you can use to help like have a better, I guess a longer lasting product.
um, so do you recommend not using fresh fruits?
Um, it's hard for me to recommend anything because I've never really done it. You know what I mean? I've always had the sea moss raw. The closest I've done is I've added some mango into the blender when I'm making it, but then I freeze my gels. So my gels never really they don't last long. I defrost them and I eat them within 2 3 days. Um, but from listening to other people and stuff, uh, fruits that have been, the dried powdered, and then also another lady boils the fruit. She cooks it,
Mm.
and that she said kills a lot of the enzymes and stuff, so that the fruit doesn't decompose. I guess you'd call it fast. It stays, and it's like almost like a jam, like
Oh
making
wow,
when you're making jam, yeah, and so it preserves it for a lot longer.
that's crazy because I have heard a lot of people that infuse their fruits into the sea moss. They say theirs only lasts for about 2 weeks, then it starts to mold. But I have the only fruit I've had that problem with is blueberries.
Hmm.
I've used strawberries, and those are one of my best sellers. Those have lasted in my own refrigerator for at least 4 weeks. And pineapple, and I think lemon. That's the only fruits that I use. But the only one I had an issue with that grew mold real fast was blueberries for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah. Someone's asking here, what's the best way to make juice or gummies? Um, that's a good question. I don't know. How do you, like, without giving your proprietary secrets, but how do you make your juices? And what kind of juices do you have?
Well, currently I have a strawberry hibiscus lemon tea.
Nice.
I have a pineapple ginger turmeric, and then I have a black magic lemonade, which is the one with the activated charcoal that I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had a lot of trial and error with those juices.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of trial and error. But ultimately, it's like super easy. You just basically blend it how you would a smoothie, kind of. And, like you said, without giving away my secret,
Mm-hmm.
it's a certain way you have to process it after you blend everything up. So, it's kind of just playing with it and seeing the outcome, tasting it, seeing how long it lasts, and what mistake you may have made that you could correct.
Mm-hmm.
The error.
And do you have like guinea pigs that do the testing for you, or is it all like your personal preference?
My guinea pigs are my kids.
Yeah.
And my husband, and a lot of some of my customers that have become friends. I'll send them a message like, "Hey, I got a new product. You want to try it out?" So I'll send it with their order, and they'll let me know if it's good. And they'll be blunt and honest with me, like, "No, this is nasty," or they'll tell me that it's really good. So I get a lot of feedback from them as well.
Yeah, no, it's always good to have customer feedback,
Mm-hmm.
and to help you challenge, like not challenge, help you develop the different products and the tastes and stuff like that. So,
Right.
what do you think is like one of your biggest challenges right now with, let's say, achieving the goals that you want to achieve?
Um, college is so I still work my regular 9 to 5 job. I'm actually an educator in the school system. So when I get a lot of orders in, it's so hard to
Mhm.
keep up, and it's hard to fulfill them in a timely manner sometimes. But shoot, if I get a whole bunch of orders that I really need to do, the call off button is a phone call away.
The what off button?
The call off button for my job.
Oh, so that's cool. You can take time off and from your work and focus on the business. You know, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. So ultimately, I guess it's just time management. Um, my husband and my kids, I kind of taught them how to make a lot of the things so they can jump in and lend a hand when they need to.
That's good. My kids don't help me at all unless they get paid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean I understand because at first, it was kind of like pulling teeth, but now they don't mind doing it.
No, I guess they see the hard work that you're going through, and I feel like sometimes, you know, even though we do these things and we're not like some of these businesses, we're not making a lot of money, but what our kids see our efforts and the things that we're trying. It
Mm-hmm.
kind of sends a message to them like subconsciously or subliminally. You know what I mean? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
important for them to see us hustle and try and do what we can to make ends meet. You know?
Yeah, I agree because now my 9-year-old, anytime she learns how to do something, she want to sell it.
Yeah. You know, and having that entrepreneur attitude, I think, is important in this day. Even just knowing how to flip things and make money. You know what I mean? Yeah, otherwise, you're controlled by a job.
Exactly, and that's what I don't like. It's I was to the point where, especially working in education, they want to stretch you so thin and pretty much make wine out of water,
Mm-hmm.
and asking permission to be there for your own family, especially in these times,
Mm-hmm.
and they could possibly tell you no. And I'm sitting here like, I need to take care of the family that I created, and I don't feel like somebody should have to ask permission to be a parent to
Mm-hmm.
their kids.
No, I agree. I agree 1,000%. Like you should be able to figure out a way to balance your like not balance, but you know what I mean. Like your job should not be the control in your life where it's kind of like you're putting your family second. You know what I mean? Because and it's not even your choice. Like they're choosing. It's one thing if you choose to put your family second, but these guys are insisting that you put your family second. That's you know.
Right, exactly. And when I'm off in the summertime, it's so much freedom, and I can just be the person that I want to be
Hmm.
until the school year start.
Pardon?
Said until the school year starts
Yeah.
back up again.
Well, what state are you in? What state are you in?
Oh, it's breaking up. I can't hear you.
What state? What state are you in?
Oh, I'm in Ohio.
Oh, okay, cool.
Ohio.
Yeah, we had someone here yesterday from Ohio. I'm trying to remember who it was. Like on Sunday, because we do this
Oh,
like every Sundays and Wednesdays. I've been doing it for
okay.
about the last
Oh,
month or so, and I'm trying to think who's from Ohio. That we were talking to yesterday, or not yesterday on
it's
Sunday.
it was somebody that's on. your Seamoss buyers page that's from well, they're actually from the same. They have a business in the same city. I think it's called Fresh Life.
Mm-hmm.
That sells Seamoss too. So maybe it was them. I don't know.
Maybe, maybe I'm not too sure. May I'll have to go back and check. I guess either way, it doesn't matter. Ohio's a huge state, and so are a lot of the other places. Like the markets are huge. Like even in the same city, you can, multiple businesses can do really well. You know,
Right.
because there's just so many
Yeah.
different levels to it and stuff. I know one person here earlier, they asked a question about how to get barcodes. Do you have any need for, do you think you're going to get barcodes for your products? You might if you have to put them in stores, right?
Yeah, I was trying to get barcodes because I applied to sell on Amazon. Like I went through the whole
Mm-hmm.
process they have, and what I found was that you have to buy barcodes
Mm-hmm.
that's supposed to be specific to whatever you're selling,
Yes.
and those are kind of expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But I also found that you can get some type of exemption from barcodes, and I think I got approved for it, but I never went back and looked at it to see exactly what it was about. But no, I don't have barcodes.
I see. Well, I know you have to go to this one place, um, the gs1.org.
I think that's where I went,
Yeah.
and I had to fill out some information, and they gave me a price, and I was like, "Woo!"
Mm-hmm. It can be a
But I,
few $100s or so.
mhm.
But I think
But I,
there's. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
You believe?
I think if you have a store through Shopify, they help you in some type of way get barcodes. But I haven't explored that yet.
Well, I know you can go and get like an exemption, like you were saying, like you can go them and apply for an exemption, so you don't have to do the barcodes. But I feel like if your product, you're gonna try and get your product in multiple stores and locations. Like when it comes to like what's the word, inventory, you know,
Mm-hmm.
having the product, the barcode is kind of, it's good. It's a good thing to have. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like a.
yeah. I mean, I eventually in the future will probably get them.
Mhm. No, well,
Um,
only get them if you see the need for them in the direction. Like for most cases, you don't. We don't have
mhm.
barcodes. You know what I mean? But I know if we wanted to get on Amazon, or if we wanted to get our product in stores, I think that's something. Like I think like for version 2.0 of our labeling, we're gonna have to look into getting the barcodes done and stuff. Hmm.
Right. Yeah. One day.
Hmm. That's the thing. It'd be cool if we could get some kind of organization going where they could go and buy a block of these barcodes and just have them on hand for when people need them, and they
Mhm.
can kind of resell them at a cheap price. So that, because I think the more codes you buy, the cheaper it is for how much you buy, and it's possible to get, you know, um, like buy a block and sell them, like sublease them or whatever it's called. Um, but you have to be careful because I bought some from like a third party,
Mhm.
and I thought it was like like 2,000 barcodes, whatever, for $30, and it turned out that it was like from like it was from some company that had to do with what's the word I'm looking for, pesticides, because
Oh.
yeah, Amazon flagged the product and said that we had something to do with pesticides. I had to go through all these hoops and stuff, so I said, forget it. I'm one of those guys, like, we got so much stuff going on that it's like,
Right.
the biggest, the first roadblock you get, the idea gets shelved. So that's part of the reason why we haven't gone on Amazon yet. It's really because we haven't sat down and redesigned the packaging so that we have a new barcode. Because the barcodes I bought, I got ripped off on.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I did hear about that, especially buying them off of eBay or something like that. I know when I was trying to go through Amazon, they directed me specifically to that one website you mentioned, that G something website.
GS1.org.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wish it wasn't so difficult to get them or expensive to get them, but it is. So yeah.
Yeah. No, no. Like, sometimes it's like, it seems difficult, you know what I mean? But once you learn it and figure it out, it's like, it opens doors for you, in a sense. Like, I always find that a lot of times things that I think are hard, when I actually do them, they're not really hard. They're more tedious, you know? Mm.
Yeah, yeah. I do the same thing. Like once I like if I read it and it's got a lot of steps to it, I kind of put it off to the back burner.
Yeah. I'm just trying to message someone. Wish there was an easier way to get some of these people on the show, because I have this guy Battle. He has a business called the Official Moss Boss. So I'm messaging him now, trying to get him on the show. But because he's trying to get it on through his phone, and I think his phone's probably Android or something, they're not letting him. I don't know. It's some weird way you have to join the room. Um, and it works for some people, and then it doesn't work sometimes. It sucks. But yeah, it's too bad. He does juices too, and he also sells merch. So he has some merch, like with shirts and stuff like that, and hats. And then he sells the gels with all the fruit flavors. And then yeah, and he sells them in the stores too.
Oh, really? That's good. That's shoot. I'm trying to graduate. So what are you doing?
Hmm. Yeah, he has a whole team that works with him, that helps him put the gels and the juices together. And I think he has like 7 or 8 stores, and he's in Philly. So he does, and he
That's
does
good.
pretty well. Yeah. So I wish I could get him on the show. He's cool to talk to. But yeah, well, it is what it is. What's up, Maria? Hey, Reginald and Athena. I don't know if I pronounced her name right.
Hey, what's going on? Good evening. Good evening.
Yes. How are you doing? Good.
Well, good, good, good. No complaints.
Wicked.
What about
Wicked.
yourself?
Not bad. Not bad. A little tired. Been a long day. Just been packing Seamoss for the last like 2 weeks every day.
It seems like some days it just consume the whole day, just Seamoss, just the whole day.
Yep. Yep. And then it's like, you know, every time you think you get on top of the orders, a couple orders come in, and you're just like, like it's a never-ending train of the orders. But I'm grateful. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. I'm grateful.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
So, what brings you to? Oh, let me see Maria here with her hand raised. Let me send her an invite to talk. Rio Two-Tone says, "Am I hiring? Are you in Canada? You'd have to work here in Toronto." But no, I'm not really hiring, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Maria? How's it going?
just I gotta do my GST to do it like 2 days ago.
The GSTA.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't even know how I'm gonna tackle my taxes with the GST because for the most part we don't do a lot of sales in Canada, and then on top of it, I haven't been collecting taxes, but it's something that has been kind of like in the back of my mind on, okay, how do I approach this problem as we grow and we get bigger? You know
right,
what I mean? We have to, become more, I guess, legit. You know what I'm saying? And some of these states, they're going to start asking for taxes and stuff like that, and we might have to, file some business. And like, I've been talking to a friend of mine who's an accountant, and he's saying that I might have to register a business in like Delaware or something like that to handle all the sales that we're doing in the states. Um, like I said, we don't do too much in Canada, so I don't know if we're at that rate yet that we have to claim um, HST. You know.
yeah. I mean, like it's voluntarily anyways. I actually kind of do regret it. Like the only reason why I didn't do it personally when I first launched, which was last year, is because I just didn't want to like. I just didn't. It's gonna turn off people that they're gonna pay for GST, which has been happening, but not so much.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna let people try my product and whatnot, and like I know they're good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so then I'm like, you know what? I'll just do it like at least like a year later, and yeah, so like it kind of covers like when you buy the materials and whatnot, you get a little money from that.
Well, that's what I'm thinking for the business side is that it would be
Yeah,
beneficial for me to get into that tax thing because, we're spending a lot of money on a warehouse and,
right.
there's a lot of business supplies. And
Yeah,
so,
actually, seriously, like I don't even have a warehouse yet.
yeah.
I'm already placing like the DST.
No, but when you start getting into these business expenses and stuff, then a lot of the stuff you can start writing off, like anything, like all our boxes and stuff like that, we'll be able to write off, and the like I said, the rent, there's taxes on that we can get credit for, and a whole bunch of things that you can start doing so that eventually the idea is that your business sort of makes little to no profit, you know what I mean? And I think you can qualify for some tax breaks because you're spending all this money. So you know exactly what we would need to actually file the taxes. Like, will we need an LLC or in this? Like, yeah, EIN number or in the states you do, and I'll be honest, because me and Maria are from Toronto, Canada. Our laws are a little bit different up here than it is in the states, so I'm not too familiar. Although I do know you need to have some kind of business incorporated or LLC, but like it's beneficial in the long term because you can then apply for commercial like business credit and a few other things that you can get with your business that are that will help you out in the running your business basically you know Okay, okay. Yeah, because I know I have a DBA. I have a DBA for the business, but down here in Texas, the LLC is like $400 or $500. But I mean, I know it's worth it because it get the insurance and everything on the company, and then like you said, you can get the business credit and everything. But as far as right now, we just have a DBA. And I think if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of like incentives, small business loans and grants and stuff that you can qualify for, especially being a black business. You know what I mean? I think with all that George Floyd stuff. They're just giving a lot of grants and stuff that we can actually apply for. Yeah, it was one of the things I was thinking about the other day was like, oh, geez, like it's almost been a year since we've had our business registered, and here there's this business development bank that basically, you know, they work with startups and companies, helping them get financing, and they have all these like loans and stuff like that that you can, like a low interest loans you can qualify right away. But one of the key conditions is you have to be in business for 2 years. So it's like now we're going on our second year. I'm like, okay, great. Now we can go and apply for all this stuff and start expanding our not only like from just selling CMOS, but to other products. Because with the position that we're in, just like we can be an exporter. You know what I mean? Like we don't have like we whether it's CMOS or coconuts or soursop, it's a product. And so for us, the CMOS company, the goal is to eventually expand into other products and start building the markets for the different fruits and herbs and stuff that we can find in abundance in St. Lucia. Yeah. So having that business set up properly is important. Is going to be important coming 5 years from now. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the write-offs in America are much more better than ours.
hmm But how old are you, Marie? You're under 39, right?
Yes, like
Okay. There is a lot of incentives for Canadians, young entrepreneurs, anybody under the age of 39 or so. They can qualify for different grants and sort of like loan, like interest-free loans and stuff like that through the government. I could send you some links on that. They even have like business incubators where they'll have like business mentors and stuff like that. And I think it's important to, pardon?
that's what I'm looking for in mentorship.
hmm And I think it's important to get it on the level of understanding just business structure, because whether you do this business or another business, they all follow the same sort of structure path, the setup, you know? And so you got to understand the marketing, you got to understand the budgeting for the, expenses and stuff like that. And, having someone that's done it, whether it seem like, it doesn't have to be CMOS. You've been in that space. They're good to kind of, I guess, speed up the learning curve or the learning experience.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, just because of like this whole thing that's going on right now around the globe, they've been throwing out like loans, sometimes grants, especially for like I don't like to use the word, but like black businesses as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually, do you know that company or sorry organization called Rise Up?
Rise Up. It sounds familiar.
Okay, there's two. There's one that bases on like art stuff, like talent, like if you want to do like stand up, especially like for the youth. But Rise Up, so what they do, I think they only do it like twice a year. And so if you have like a business idea, I believe it's like for 6 weeks, and it's virtual. And basically, if you if you do their program, and you just have to be 29 years old and under, just so like if you know anyone that would be interested. After you're done all the program,
Mm.
you graduate and stuff like that with them, and you get like they give you like 350. I know it's like not that much, but it's still a lot actually.
$350 or 350,000.
It's 350.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's still
and
money is money.
right, totally.
hmm
And yeah, so they're gonna give you that as long as you use it towards your business.
Yeah, I think I see it here.
So their logo is like blue and white.
Yeah. and it's Rise, RISE, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here on their site checking them out. There's another one called Rise Up.
Rise Up. Yeah, that's what it is actually.
Yeah, and it's it has a lot. There's one with a female pitch competition.
Oh, that one I didn't see yet. I usually follow up with them. Their stuff is pretty good. What they offer.
I think this one the it's over because
Okay.
because it says like here's the winners and stuff like that. But yeah, see the competition winners. But I'm sure if you watch the show and you watch the different pitches, you know what I mean. You can learn a lot from what people are doing and how they do it. Like I always watch Dragon's Den
Right.
because I like seeing how they how they market themselves, how they push their like it's good to see like what really kind of triggers the dragons, what gets them sort of motivated, because there's a certain way to present the business in a way so that they just don't ask a lot of questions and they just kind of they're all ready to jump on it. Like if you have your numbers straight and a good presentation, they don't how do you say it, they tend not to ask a lot of questions. But if you're weak on your presentation and stuff, they'll start poking holes through your story and stuff, like
Yeah,
even
you're right.
even just getting the evaluation right. A lot of times these guys will come in and not understand how to do evaluate your company properly, and so when it starts looking at the numbers, they're like,
Yeah.
well, this is not sustainable, you know what I mean? Like how are you um how do you say it? How are you valuating the company at this rate when you don't have the sales or anything else to back it up? Too many people like to like live in the hypothetical realm, and when it comes to investors, they just care about actual numbers, like proven, you know what I mean, processes. So,
Yeah. Yeah, no, Toronto has been really good. Like I'm in a lot of Facebook groups
hmm
and there's like sometimes we would a lot like Toronto entrepreneurs. Like I don't fall under entrepreneur,
hmm
so go for those groups. And yeah, sometimes they would even like host a Zoom meeting where a lot of us like join and like we'll practice our pitches, and the people that are hosting
hmm
or that one host would kind of like see where we may have went wrong or what we could have done better. There's a lot of support here, really.
Oh yeah, there's support everywhere if you look for it. A lot of times people are afraid to look for it or try it, or you know what I mean. Like we hurt ourselves a lot, you know what I mean, by putting up
Yeah,
different barriers and saying that this is going to be like this, was like something's going to be like something without really knowing what it's going to be like. So yeah, I think, but you're right. There is a lot of support, and I don't think there's enough people out there that are really trying to get the seek the help. It's almost like they want to do it on their own. They want to fall on their own sword and stuff like that. But it's like there's no shame, or there should be no um what's the word I'm looking for? Like you shouldn't be afraid to seek help or to work in an environment where it is supportive of what you're doing, because it's like running your own business is hard. It's lonely. Do you know what I mean? Especially around
yeah,
your families and stuff. You get people that just don't understand what
right,
you do or how you do it. One of the things that I've had to do recently is just like not really cut people off, but limit the amount of interaction that I have with people that I care about, because I feel like a lot of times their own opinions are sort of how would I say it? It's almost like they're trying to put their beliefs and opinions on me, and because I don't operate in the same manner that they do, it's like it's making me some second guess how I do things. But it's
yeah,
like, how you do things as an entrepreneur is important. Do you know what I mean? Like how like the risks that I'm willing to take, other people aren't willing to take. Well, that's why they're not business people. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
And so I have a situation where it's like my mom, where she's like, "Oh, why are you doing it this way? And why, you do this and you always make this mistake." And and I just had to tell her, like, you know what, I gotta go. Like, I don't need to listen to you try and correct me and tell me how I'm doing this wrong or
and
that wrong.
that's like that's kind of like introducing, well, not introducing, but that's bringing like negative energy to your goals as well.
Mm-hmm.
The mom, but that's what it is. They're not.
No,
Their creation was different.
that's my whole point, and that's why
Yeah,
I'm saying like it's important to like almost control the people that are around you. You know what I mean? So that you operate in your own sort of confident bubble. You know,
yeah, seriously.
because it's easy for someone like your mom to make you second guess your ability, and you
Yeah,
know and she's like, my mom is like one of those, she's a constant worrier, always worrying about like how this is happening or that happened. Like, for example, I have a condo that I'm renovating, and the lock, the key got broken in the lock, and I haven't been fixing the lock. But there's nothing in the condo. The condo is empty because we're renovating. It's all construction stuff. And every
okay.
day she's losing her mind, calling me every day. Did you get the lock fixed? Did you get the lock fixed? Did you? And I'm like, with all the things that I need to deal with, the lock is the least important thing that I have to worry about right now. No one's
Yeah,
getting into my place, and even if they did, like, one, there's cameras everywhere. I'm gonna see them, and I go, and who does that? Who just randomly tries doors to see if they're unlocked so that they can go in and steal all the tool? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It just doesn't happen. Like, it would be a freak accident if it did. And
yeah.
but she's driving me crazy, stressing me out every day, so that I have to think about this thing and put other things aside to deal with this
Yeah,
door lock. So I have to ban my mom from talking to me for a few days so I can clear my head.
yeah. No, for sure. Mothers will be mothers.
No, my mom is like that. She's like a drill sergeant. When she gets like her mind on something, she won't let it up. Like, the amount of time I had to spend arguing with her about, because she got mad that I insisted on putting a bathtub in my bathroom. She thought I should just have a stand up shower,
Oh
because she's
no,
like, no one
that's like the
uses.
worst advice someone can give you.
And what's crazy is I'm a real estate investor. Like, that's my
Oh
job.
yeah, that's right.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like I have to have an argument with this person to make them understand why it's a bad investment to cancel. You know what I mean? Because when you take the tub out, you potentially cut off a market of who might want a bathtub. Like, some people still soak. Well, who soaks nowadays? That's what she kept saying to me. I'm like, who cares? Like, all I need is one person to say, "Oh, you know what? I'd buy this house, but it doesn't have a tub." No one's coming here and saying, "Oh, I'd buy this house, but it's got a tub." Like, no one cares about that. You know what I mean? But if you don't have it, then it's a problem. You know. And sometimes you need to be like that in business. Like, you can't exclude the market. You can't. You got to be somewhat accommodating. You know what I mean? And it makes no sense. Yes, moms are the greatest. Someone just wrote here, moms are the greatest. I love my mom. You know what I mean? To be honest, like, I complain and I argue about her, but at the end of the day, I couldn't imagine not having her in my life. You know what I mean? We have one, like, a very special. I'm a total mama's boy.
It's always the sons, okay? It's
Hmm.
always the sons, especially the first one. Are you
Yes.
the first one?
Yes, I'm the
Okay.
I'm the first, the oldest son. And like growing up, I was like my mom was like a single mom, right? So I was kind of like the man of the house kind of thing. You know what I mean? I did a
Yeah,
lot of helping her out with the groceries, and
exactly.
on the weekends when she needed to do stuff and run errands, I was there helping her. Where my brother and my sister
Right.
was never around. It was always Julian, the responsible one.
Yes, I hear that a lot. You missed out on your childhood sometimes.
Actually, no. I had an amazing childhood. I
Good
had
for
like,
you.
yeah, like if anything, I like from say 10 year 12 years old to like about 17, 18. You know what I mean? And even like beyond that, I had like awesome time. I used to be a DJ, so like every weekend I was going DJing a party or doing some kind of event or something like that. And then when I was growing up in nightclubs, I used to DJ like all the big nightclubs downtown. And then after that, my this girl that was like my sister, her husband was like the king of clubs. So Circa,
Yeah.
he used to run Circa. He used to run what was it called? System Soundbar. Yimber System Soundbar.
No,
No,
I don't
maybe
think
you're
so.
too
They
young.
probably changed it, but
Yeah,
I wasn't really into all that.
pretty much from like my 20s to like my 30s. I could get into any club, any event, anything in Toronto at any time. You know what I mean? It was like so it was like I had a great growing up. You know what I mean? Plus I was throwing my own parties and stuff like that. And yeah, and I've always had my own like business or stuff since I've been 20, 22 maybe. I haven't really worked for anybody.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's hard work, but you know what I mean? I don't think I could have it any other way.
Yeah, and I feel like it's pretty nice when you start that from like early, like around that age, or like at least like mid 20s, depending.
Mhm, mhm.
You know.
It's crazy the way times are now compared to like how they were back then. Like back then at a house party, you know what I mean? You'd be lucky if someone got like, punched in the face or something like that. Now it's like, you can't have a party without there being some kind of gunshot or violence or shooting or, you know, it's pretty sad. But anyways, let's talk about something else. Sean, what are you saying tonight? I see you there all quiet.
Seamoss gang, how y'all doing? What's going on tonight? Hey, hey, hey. I'm sorry, I came in too late. But yeah, I'm just doing the usual, making Seamoss, just getting back home from running some errands and stuff. But I was putting in on your conversation. But yeah, I'm the oldest son of a single parent, and I know the struggles of that, man. But it makes you stronger at the same time too. It
True.
builds character.
True, true.
And like usually our peers, if you're like the first, especially like from a single parent, like they teach you like how to cook from early. Some people don't know how to learn until they're maybe like 30 once they move out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I see like some benefits. Definitely.
That's interesting you say that because yeah, that was one thing that I can do like from a young age is cook. Right. That was actually how I used to seduce all the girls.
Hey, that's a really good trait as a man, right? It's usually like the woman, right?
Hell yeah. No, when I like from grades like 7, 8, 9, you know what I mean? Like when I was like 14, 12, 13, I would have girls over and I'd make my own barbecue sauce. And so my signature dish was barbecue chicken. And I would make it with a barbecue sauce and roast it in the oven with like rice and corn and like all kinds of side vegetables and shit like that.
Oh yeah, I grew up in a family with nothing but cooks and chefs, and what's so funny is I always wanted to be something other than a cook like my parents. But here I am right now in the kitchen with the Seamoss every single day, cooking, doing exactly what I've been almost around my whole life. Mm-hmm. It always comes full circle. Every job I had was like cooking, though. I was like, I just don't want to get in the cooking field, but due to that, though, I know all the guidelines and safety and protocols of cooking because that's all I've been doing my whole, fast food restaurants, maybe some change restaurants, stuff like that. But it's just accumulation of knowledge that I have gathered where I am now. That I feel so comfortable in my field with the Seamoss. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Because some people don't even know about cross contamination. Something like that. Simple stuff like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can easily cross contaminate something if you're not in the right environment, making your Seamoss. Especially with a lot of small businesses. With Seamoss, we're doing it right out of our household. You know what I'm saying? If your environment not right, then you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It's not good for business. No. Yeah. Even if the energy in the household not right, it can kind of throw the Seamoss off. Yeah, that's why. Ooh, you said something right there. That's one of my main things. I just had a son in last of March, and he was cool when he was a hand baby. I was able to do my stuff with one arm and walk around with him. But now he's like 2, and he's walking around doing his own thing right now as we speak. I'm like trying to make a jar, and he's like standing on the couch looking like, yeah, what's next? So yeah. Hey guys, I want you guys to give a welcome to Moss King. He joined in on the live stream now. He's there.
What's up, everybody?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What's up, man?
We in the kitchen. We in the kitchen. Yes, sir. Yeah. So I have Maria, Reginald, and it's Sean or Deshaun? Sean. Sean. Why do I think it's Deshaun? Oh, because it's Day Seamoss, the Seamoss boss. Okay. Yeah. People call me whatever. I just respond to whatever. It's not disrespectful. Yeah. Nice. Wicked. So how's your week, Moss King? How's everything going?
Busy, man. It's going. I had a video conference with some people out of town that own a herb and how do you pronounce it? Apothecary shop.
Apothecary, yeah.
Yeah, apothecary, and secured a deal, a 60-pound deal.
Nice.
And it could have been more. It's just one of the partners wasn't ready to make a move, but met with both of them, went really well. Showed them what I had in stock. They had been getting some low grade Seamoss, and like buying like 50 pounds of it. And they got it the same thing like a few different times. So one of my clients had told them about me. They live maybe like 25 miles out from their shop, and I had a good little meeting with them. So secured that, and they looking to do business, on a consistent basis. So that was a blessing. Made me think about what you said. One of the things you said when we first met, and you was like, well, you need to start thinking about buying more than what you buying, because what you're going to do, when the business grow and you starting to see those sales coming in like that, you got to be ready for it. So, but yeah, so, good luck.
That's the biggest mistake that I see in a lot of businesses, especially black businesses.
especially Caribbean food places. I go crazy because I'll go to the restaurant and they'll be open like it's 5 o'clock and they're open till 7, and you're running out of chicken. How is that possible? Do you know
Right.
what I mean? How are you not midway through the day saying, "Hey, I'm going to run out of chicken by the end of the day. I should cook up some more." You know, like
Yeah, and they were really clear because I think I said 50 pounds, but the deal ended up they ended up ordering 60,
that's
and I
good.
was just one of the partners. So potentially it could have been like 120 pounds,
Hmm.
you know. And I was just thinking about the inventory that I had left, and I'm like, if they pulled the pin, then I would have been scrambling. I wouldn't have been prepared. You know what I'm saying? Because you know I had some Seamoss left, but it's different when you getting a few pounds here, 5 pounds there, 1 pound here, and then you start dealing with somebody that's like, well, look, I need this, you
Hmm.
know. And one of the things they asked me was, like, can you be consistent? Because we got a lot of business going on down here, you
Hmm.
know, and they kind of tapped into a niche market where they're at. So, so yeah,
Hmm.
I'm definitely gonna have to make some moves sooner than later, and have stuff set aside just for them, you
Yeah.
know. So
And then, now that you've opened the door to one person, the door's open. You're going to get more of these guys. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's how it kind of works. It trickles in like one,
hmm,
two here, two, three there, four, five here. You know what I mean? And then bam, you got something steady where you're like, oh shit, I've went from 500 pounds to 2,000.
yeah,
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 it can
yeah,
happen really quick. And I feel like this is the year that everybody is kind of like, okay, you know what? I'm ready to go all in. You know what I'm
hmm,
saying? I'm ready to put my chips in and put some money. There's a lot of people that were sort of playing in the market, just dabbling their feet to get wet. But it's like this year, it's like, okay, how much can I, you know what I mean? Like there's too many stories of people making six figures in this area. So it's like, okay, how do I get my six figures?
yeah.
Yeah,
So how do I get half of it? You
yeah.
know, I mean, just jumping from where I'm at to another level of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because even the, I mean, you know, you sell thousands of pounds all the time, so like 60 pounds is like, oh, you like, oh, great, that's great, right? But
Yeah.
I'm saying for me, you know what I'm saying, it was like a big thing, and it made me really seriously think about what you said. It's like you got to be prepared, like,
Mm-hmm.
because it could just change overnight. And I had suggested to them because they was like, well, we got a couple other people that's been referred to us as well. And I'm like, look, I don't mind doing a Zoom conference, showing my current stock, you know what I'm saying, and gave them, the background, as
Mm-hmm.
far as like how long I've been in the business, you know, um, my knowledge about the Seamoss and stuff like that. And it was just like, okay, we had like a 45-minute meeting. They're a black owned business. And then today I was on the way home and she was like, look, thank you for, you know, your meeting with us last night. We really appreciate you and the things that you had to say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we ready to push the button. She was like, my business partner gonna have to wait till the next time, but I'm ready, you
Yeah.
know, right now. So send me an invoice and I'm gonna send the money right right out to you. And I
Mm-hmm.
was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, even 20 pounds, 50 pounds. I get excited when you get these orders, especially when
Yeah.
it's a new person. You know what I mean? You're like, ching, let's go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Growing.
Exactly.
It's validation that you're doing something right. And
Yeah.
I think it was smart that you went on the Zoom call, because at the end of the day, when you get to these kind of levels of purchases where people are spending thousands of dollars, they need security, they need
Mm-hmm.
comfortability. Do you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? if you're gonna take if you're not willing to show your face to them, you know what I mean? It's like, who are you? You know, why am I
Yeah,
giving you my money? You know?
yeah. But that's why these opportunities to come in here and get mentorship from people like yourself and Rick and others that are doing things on a higher level is important because you know 70% of what I was relaying to them has been pulled from mentorship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And honestly, I'm sitting there like, so if I didn't have this mentorship with them,
yeah.
my conversation would have been less. But they were impressed by the things that I had to share with them, just regarding Seamoss. You know what I'm saying? And I learned that stuff right here with y'all. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Even before you started doing this, because I've talked to you and had Zoom conferences with you before. Same
Hmm.
thing with Rick, um, and a couple of other people. But at the end of the day, it's valuable. I feel like, what I'm saying, I owe you a thanks. You know what I'm saying? Because no, seriously, because I used a lot of what we talked about and what you shared just in my conversation about navigating the business, and and me giving them suggestions and stuff, that
Hmm.
like click with them. You know what I'm saying? So, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That's really my main reason for even hopping on tonight, because my day was long as shit. I was just like, man, I gotta go ahead and at least share this information with Julien, tell him thank you, you
Testify.
know, and then inbox you the information I needed to inbox you, because even though you was like, well, I'm not really rushing it, but I keep saying, okay, I'm gonna send it, but
No.
my schedule just been crazy. You know what I'm saying? But all in all, man, I appreciate you, man. Like, seriously, for even taking time out to do this, for as busy as you are. You know,
You.
not just on this side, but the real estate side and everything else.
Hmm. No, I mean, I do have busy days and stuff, but I do it to, like, I've said before, to help elevate everybody in the business. Do you know what I mean? Like, now that you have that information and you're able to secure these contracts and supply good CMOS, like, you're a good person. You know what I mean? It's important for these people that are, like, more of us that are good people to be in the space to make it harder for those that are trying to just exploit the industry and make a quick buck out of it. It makes it hard.
Yeah.
Someone's writing here say, "Did I miss the market?" No, you didn't miss the market. The market's still growing. It's huge. Barely scratching the surface. Like, look
And
at that.
they were like super excited, like about CMOS and what they're doing with it. You know what I'm saying? On top of the herbs
Hmm.
and things that they were doing, because towards the end of our meeting, like she walked out and showed me her shop. Really nice shop. You know, and she was like, I just bought 50 pounds from someone here that was supposed to be a good person, and you know, I got it, and she said it was worse than the 50 pounds I got before. And she was like, and I got to get ready to throw that out because her integrity, she studied herbs and everything. She's really like a certified herbalist, and she don't want to, she don't want to be selling anything to her customers that's not right. You
Hmm.
know, so I'm showing them what I got, and when I so I'm pulling out pound bags of the different sea mosses, right? And she was like, wait a minute. She was like, how much is that in that bag? And I said, it's a pound. And she was like, really? You know what I'm saying? Because, the other sea moss, because it's so flimsy and dense, a pound doesn't really look like anything, compared to like the fully dry moss. So it was this, you know, it was crazy. It was crazy that people, still running across that, but like buying so much of it, and they really think that they're getting quality CMOS, and then somebody telling them like, hey, it's this. And my client told them about me like almost 2 months ago, and they just reached out yesterday.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can't, how do you say it, put a time limit on, or you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like when they're ready, they're ready. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that when I'm advertising, that it's kind of like I could advertise today, like and get a lot of click links, but those link clicks from today aren't going to convert to a sale for like 3 days. So it's
Mm-hmm.
almost like you have to run your ads for like an extra week to really
Right.
get the effects. It's to see what the results are and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
because not everybody reacts as quickly as we want them to be and stuff.
Yeah. Timing is everything.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because I was driving home, I was like, maybe I should reach out and say, hey, like I'm just checking to see if you guys made a decision. But I was like, no, like give it some time because if it went as well as it felt like it did, then they'll call you. And that's how you'll know for certain that
Mhm.
you came across in a way that made them comfortable and made them want to do business with
Mhm.
you. And so just as soon as I thought that, 10 minutes later,
Yep. Sales is like dating a chick.
yeah,
You know what I mean? You can't be like you can check in and show interest after a while when it's like a certain period where you're like, oh, I just followed up. But I find that like at least for me, how I like to do sales, it's like I can't be aggressive in your face. You know what I mean? I don't want to feel the person to feel like they were pushed into
right.
making a decision. I want them to make that decision and be confident and be excited to kind of call me up. And a lot of times, like if you're just chill and relaxed, it just it happens.
Hmm.
I mean, let the universe do its thing. You know what I mean? Too
Yeah.
many times we're trying to control and manipulate every single facet of whatever we're doing, and it's like some of these things you got to leave it up to the organic universe to kind of sort it out.
Yeah.
From God, God will figure out a way. That's what I believe in, at least. You know.
And definitely not getting comfortable just doing what you're doing. Because also in that moment, I realized that like I've grown comfortable, you know, like you gave me a wisdom, but I just tucked it to the side. Like, yeah, I know he said I should be buying more when I can, but
Mhm.
this is what's working for me now. This system right here, you know what I'm saying?
That's what happens. The universe will see you get comfortable, and they'll give you a little bit of a kick to say, "Hey, okay, wake up." You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And but I mean, I don't know. To me, it's kind of like it's hard for me to kind of tell people like because everybody's different. Everybody has a way of how they want to run their business, and how I see things should be done is not always the case that they're gonna like. You know what I mean? Like everybody does. Everybody gets the water fountain in a different path. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can only talk about my experiences, and you got to decide if your my experience fits your experience, and if it doesn't,
Hmm.
then it doesn't. You know what I mean? Because some of the things I do, you know what I mean. I know that most people aren't comfortable doing it. You know what I mean? And I'm a risk taker. Like I love taking risks. You know what I mean? And for some people, they don't. My mom does not take risks at all. You know, and so I could never live her life.
But they might not be prepared to take that risk either, though. You
Mm-hmm.
know, financially. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? They may want to, or they may have the guts to do it if they were in that position. But you spend a lot of money to make money, though.
Mm-hmm.
Period. You know what I'm saying? And that's just a reality. You know, but everybody can't afford to market their business, pour into their business, add to their business the same way that you might or the next person might. So it's still a process. It's levels to it. It's almost like you could probably do a handbook on, what those levels are. Like this is what you should be doing starting out here, secure this, organize and structure this. And then this is the next thing. These are some of the things that you should be thinking about while you're at this level, because it takes money to make money. That's
Definitely.
a very true statement. And some people might miss or have missed the conversations that you had on here where you talk about, excuse me, losing money and advertising. You playing around with different advertisements and doing it this way and doing it that way and seeing what works. But
Hmm.
everybody don't have, some people are really more focused on the financial gain than building a business.
Hmm.
And so, you know, when you talking about all those things, they can be intimidating to a person that's not really ready, you know, to do that. If you don't know how to handle your finances, if you don't know how to save money, if you don't even have a mindset to be structured certain ways financially, like how are you gonna do those things?
Yeah. Scared money doesn't make money.
Nope.
That's what I've learned. And one of the things I was thinking when you were talking is that I've started from zero so many times that I'm not afraid to start from zero. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I know how to pick myself up and keep going. And I know that as long as I keep getting up, I'm always gonna win. It's the moment that you don't get back up and you throw the towel and you're like, fuck it, this isn't working. You know what I mean? But I'm always gonna make it work. I'm always going to put in more effort than everybody that I see around me. You know what I'm saying?
It's
And
important for people to hear that shit from you though. You know
mhm,
what I'm saying? Cause when they see, Royal St. Lucian Seamoss company, they see a whole bunch of fucking glitter. You know what I'm saying? And this is the tonight is the first night that you said in that way.
mhm,
Like I started from zero so many times. You know what I'm saying? Over again. But sometimes people need to hear that and understand. It could just that could brace somebody a little more better on any given day when
mhm,
they feeling like throwing the towel in. You know what I'm saying? And they looking at you and you showing, look, well, this is what I do, and this is I have this app and this and this that. You know what I'm saying? They like, man, I can't afford to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you sitting there talking about it like it's this as simple as that. And it may be at this point of your business venture. You know what I'm saying? But for somebody else, it just seems like a lot. Cause that's how I be looking at some of the stuff. Sometimes you be talking about, I be like, man, how? Like how? You know what I'm saying? Like how I'm gonna get to that point? But business takes
by,
time.
by believing that you can. Like the moment you start questioning, like, ah, no, I can't do it, you're setting yourself up. You're telling yourself that this is hard, that this is difficult. Do you
Right.
know what I mean? This is what I was saying earlier about controlling the messages around you. Because if you don't like you need someone that's behind you to say, you know what, go, just get it done. You're gonna be done in 5 minutes. Da 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 da. Because it's so lonely you know what I mean, at the top. I don't want to say the top, but you know what I mean. In the position that we are in as bosses, it's not easy, and it's very easy to get distracted and to, you know what I mean, sort of fall off. So it's like you got to keep, um, you got to have a good support system around you. You know what I mean?
And that's why I can truly visualize being super successful in this business. Right.
Hmm.
This is why I say that. Exactly what you're saying. Right. You have to you have to want it. Right. So you got all these members, right, in the group. Even if we said 1,000 or 2,000 is bots,
Hmm.
that's still like 4,000 people, right? And then when
Hmm.
you think about how many people actually show up here, right?
Hmm.
And then the percentage of the people that even show up here, that it's like, well, what are you really showing up for? Are you hoping that you're gonna come in here and somebody gonna say, well, yeah, you're here and I'll give you CMOS for $2 a pound, you know what I'm saying? Or are you really here trying to figure out how you can grow your business the right way, you know, and take on some wisdoms and apply them to your business as
Mhm,
needed and when you're able to. So I'm saying all that to say it's just a few people, it's just a small group of people. Like, yeah, it's a lot of people selling CMOS, but at the
mhm.
end of the day, it's not a lot of people doing it the right way, you know, and they don't have the same heart and intention. So it's so much room for you to shine, you know.
Make it easy.
Yeah, it's just so much room.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, they. I don't know what to say. Like, you know what? I'm trying to keep it humble because I know I could say something really cocky right now.
Man,
You
talk
want-
your shit, Julian. Fuck it.
Well, I'll just say this: that what do you say, Sean?
I said, let it rip. We want to hear that raw talk for real.
I'll say this. Okay, I'm barely trying. I really put my mind to it to sell, to really dominate the market. Like, there's so much more that I could do. Do you know what I mean? And I guess the reason why I'm saying this is that for most people, they need to work harder. They need to put more time in. They need
Yeah,
to be more dedicated. My life is almost. I get up every day and it's CMOS, and I still know that I can work harder and do more. Do you know what I mean? Um, I could launch more products. I could get into the soaps, the powders, you know, even just the marketing, you know. Like, I guess I have to ask people, like, how much time do you guys spend watching videos on Facebook advertising and retargeting? Do you know what I mean? Imagine you even watched an hour every day. Do you know what I mean? Like, cut some of these things out that you do for fun and put it into, you know, into that
learning
education
some other shit.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, understanding the marketing, understanding the business, how to, like, even watch some videos on how to branding, how to brand your products. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're spending enough time. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, educating ourselves, like building the tools that we need to scale and grow the business. We're kind
Hmm.
of just, going through the motions. Like, wow, if someone calls me today, then I got some orders. But what if, you know what I mean? Like, what if you spent an hour every day trying to, um, I mean, just cultivate orders. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much time do you really spend trying to drum up business? That was something that I asked myself over the holidays. Like, I don't really like, I could spend a lot more time drumming up business and probably sell three times more than what I'm selling, just
Hmm.
by calling people up and saying, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" Because when I had that sale, I sold a shitload of CMOS in 3 days, and most of it was me getting on the phone, and I only called maybe like 10 people. Do you know what I mean? I have a mailing list of like a couple thousand people. Imagine I spent an hour every day just, getting in touch with my clientele. Like,
Yeah.
you literally could make this a full-time business if you put the but a lot of us aren't putting the full-time hours into it to get
Yeah.
it to that kind of to that level to get that business. And it's there. You know what
But
I
you
mean?
still got to do the shit do things in an order though. You know what I'm saying? It's like procuring
Yeah.
uh stock, right? But then once you get it, then it's like, yeah, what are you doing to get rid of it? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing to bring customers in? How much time you actually investing into that? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So you can't be blinded by just a dollar amount because there's so many other things that you need to do to get going. But once you get things going and they start operating like a, what they say, like a well-oiled machine, you
Mhm.
know, then you don't got, like, I'm sure for you it's like you pretty much know bottom line like what you're going to make, you know. But that's why if you can identify easily like when
Mhm.
sales might slow down or something like that. But
Mhm.
like you said, you also have enough inventory. It's not the only reason, but you do have enough inventory where you can have a sale. You know what I'm saying, and still make money. You know, and stuff like that. You know, for me, it's like I keep going back to the inventory thing. You know what I'm saying? So just that sale right there made me start thinking like I need more CMOS than what I'm buying. Like
Hmm.
I just do. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of me saying, well, I don't want to buy too much, and then it's going to take me however long to get rid of it. I need to be buying more.
There. That's your mistake right there. You can't think that.
Exactly.
Because now it's going to take you a long time to do it. You almost like one of the techniques that I do is I do this thing, and it's from the book Think and Grow Rich. It's called huh? I knew it was coming. Go ahead. Yeah, you burn the ships behind you. You need to create an environment where there's no turning back. Like you're all fucking in. You know what I mean? And you have to sell this shit. Like for a lot of situations, I burnt the boats a long time ago. There's no going back. There is no like waking up one day and deciding, Seamoss isn't for me. No, I'm in it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like my
Yeah.
life is it now. And in some ways, and goes for any business. You have to put yourself in a position where you're confident enough and you're willing to burn all the shit behind you and just focus on the going forward and making it happen by whatever it takes. And
Yeah.
my belief is like it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fuck up. What as long as whatever you do does not catastrophically destroy your business, as long as you can pick back up and start again, do you know what I mean? Because reality, the truth is, if I really needed to, I could start back again. If something were to happen to destroy St. Lucian CMOS, I could come up with a new name, a new website, a new thing. You wouldn't even know who I was. Do you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I'm confident enough to know that I can start from zero again and build it back up. And
Yeah.
that's part of the reason why I'm able to take those risks. But it's because I've told myself this. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's real no proof that I can do it. It's a belief that I've put into myself.
Right.
You have to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Can't be successful in business if you don't believe that you can get done what you think that you can get done, even though
Mhm.
you haven't gotten it done before.
What's what's going on down there in St. Lucia and the islands and stuff as far as CMOS right now? Is everything still moving pretty good and as far as farmers and everybody having what's needed, the
Hmm.
different colors and everything?
Yeah, as far as I know, I even see a few of the there's some, not to say new players, they were around more, but I see them being a little bit more aggressive in their marketing and stuff like that in their business.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of the I guess St. Lucian based companies that are now selling. Like there's one guy who's got his price around $9 a pound or something, like $10, which is good, you know. And so yeah, I'm the more the merrier, the way I see it. Um, Although I do like to see if there was a way for us to kind of get more of I don't know, like a way to organize the two sides. You know what I mean? So that the people from North America are collectively buying and sharing. You know what I mean? Saving in a ways that like see how you have to pay your own custom broker fee, and you know what I mean, like everybody's paying their own fees, and there's a lot of money that's being lost in shipping and stuff like that. So if there was a way to sort of even have it so that all the vendors that are shipping out of the St. Lucia could share one warehouse or something, like I don't know, it's logistically it's not going to be easy, but if something like that could happen, it would be cool, and
Yeah,
it.
I'm waiting on it to happen.
Hmm. So here Matthew says, "Good evening, guys. I appreciate the topics. I work 65, 75 hours a week on my job and do this after. How high is the growth potential? I do the math, and to replace my salary, I would need to sell a lot of CMOS. Crunching the numbers, let me know. I have a lot of ground to cover to get to where I want to be. The thought of not having a guaranteed salary is honestly extremely scary. The thought of looking at my family empty-handed is way too scary at this point in my life. I hope to get your confidence level." Yeah, I think the market is out there. Like you just got to put the time in it and the energy. I think that some ways our CMOS is all being sold too low, in a sense, and so it's making it harder for some people to um, really make some good profits on it. But I also feel like if the price is too low, part of it is because we're not doing enough to show the value of the product. You know what I mean? And
Right.
I do think there needs to be some kind of stability in the sense that if you're buying 10 pounds, you shouldn't be paying the same price as someone buying 50 pounds or even 40 pounds. You know what I mean? There needs to be like like when you're selling weed, it's like, there's a set price for a quarter pound. There's a set price for a pound. There's a set price for an ounce. Whereas here in the CMOS, you can get it. It's all over the space, and some people are just pricing it in order to just get rid of it. You know what I mean? And then other people are putting value behind it, and you know they're able to sort of sell it for a more premium price point. So yeah.
But you still don't,
like
Sorry.
that selling what he said about you working full time and then it's like almost like you know I'm not gonna say a hobby or something like that, but you just like your extra money on the side, your side hustle.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of courage to be like, all right, I'm going like the burner ships on a guaranteed,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, breadwinner job. That, you know what I'm saying, to take for like maybe this is your passion or your dream or just something that you always want to do. It takes a lot of heart to burn the ships on something like that, you know.
Yep.
And it makes a difference when you got a breadwinner job and this is right here is like your side hustle. So I think everybody's at different levels. You know, everything happens for a reason. But when you do get that time to go ahead and jump out there, take advantage of it because everybody's not going to be in that position where they're comfortable enough to jump out there on this Seamoss journey because it's all new. You know what I'm saying? Just I think it really hit big just in America because of COVID and Dr. Sabi and everybody like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, especially you got to know the time frame of the whole year as far as like the seasons of Christmas holidays, Thanksgiving holidays. Everybody's not going to be spending their money on health. It's not. It's the last thing people are thinking about when it's holidays is, oh, I need to get this benefits of my health. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's crucial point of selling. You know, so it's kind of hard, even though you got to put yourself in a position where you are able to do that, and it's good. Like you say, I believe in overstocking, like you said, and that's good because you always be ready for anything to happen. So you ain't never got to get ready if you're already ready.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Speaking on how you say the seasons, I noticed like during the summertime, kind of sales slowed down a little bit during the summer. But it's like once the winter came around, and I guess everybody like the cold and flu. I did notice like when that Omicron variant came out, everybody I guess like everybody was coming to get CMOS, like everybody because everybody was catching the COVID. So, but I did notice like back like in summertime, it kind of slowed down a bit.
Mm-hmm. Everybody was getting ready to get those Christmas gifts. That's what I think it was because you got to know the market that you're in. You got to also know the way people think. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, it's a lot of things that go into selling stuff. You got to know the market. You got to know how people think, how people shop. And you know what I'm saying? It's just an art. This is an art to selling. You know, it's just not, oh, I'm going to buy a bunch of Seamoss and just advertise. People are going to buy it. It's so much more than that. You got to have your art of what you're doing and be dedicated. Because if you're not, you're just going to be that guy with all the Seamoss and you don't have nothing to do with, nothing to push it. And then also, you got to, yourself alone plays a lot a part of how hard you push with your product because I can feel pumped up because everybody, like you said, I can be pumped up today about how everybody buying CMOS did that XC's come out and you're down. And now you're looking like, oh, that drive is gone. But if you can stay that way the whole entire time, I think you'll see a consistency with your sales. Just like Moskins was saying, you get that machine pumping and rolling like it's supposed to, then you can just put it on auto control. You can sit back and watch it go.
Yeah.
Like I say, summertime it kind of slowed down a bit, and I was like, okay, well, boom, CMOS popsicles, and they was hitting, like they was hitting. So it was like that
Yep.
Boost your sales a little bit.
You got to be ready to pivot to make things happen. This is what I mean about burning the bridge. You know what I mean? And I mean, I think you have to set a point where you're like, okay, if I get to this, like a goal, like if I get to this point, then I know, okay, it's proven, the concept works. I can, you know what I mean, jump, and do it. But you have to set some kind of, like, there's got to be at a certain point where you're like, okay, I'm going to switch over, because if you don't, you can get stuck. And I see it happening with real estate where um there's agent, like, you don't really make money in real estate unless you're working full time, right? You get a sale here, a sale there when you're part time. And so the challenge with a lot of these agents is like, how do I, work to that point where I have enough sales to get it? And sometimes it's like you just have to flip. You know what I mean? Like you have to take that risk. You know what I mean? Swim in the dangerous water, but make sure that you're committed to doing it, so that, you know what I mean, you keep pivoting until you get it. You know.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that affected the market and continues to affect it is that, because people that are full really wholeheartedly into their wellness and health, they don't care if it's Thanksgiving, Christmas, or whatever. They're
Mhm.
gonna buy whatever they feel like they need to buy to continue to support their health and wellness, right?
Mhm.
But Seamoss has become like this niche fad thing with so many people that most of the time they're not concerned with their health, not really, right?
Mhm.
And then our culture specifically, like we into the quick fixes, so it's like, oh, like let me try that. I've been hearing about it. Let me try that. But they wanted to taste a certain way, and that's why we got so many flavors of sea moss and all of that. And people be more concerned with that part than trying to adjust their palate to just taking straight sea moss with herbs in it, maybe some natural like some dates or raw honey to sweeten it or whatever. And so
Mhm.
those customers aren't going to be long lasting. So just like Sean was saying, understanding your market, all depending on where you're at, the people that you are getting those sales from, they might not really be people that's going to be consistent customers. They just jumping out there and they trying something right quick. So that's where the whole marketing to certain um, groups of people, come into play, and you gotta, know how to do that. Like finding the market of people that are going to be consistent in dealing with you because you have a premium product. It's what they need. They know it works, and so
Mhm.
they want to do business with you. You know what I'm saying? But when you got these people that's just like, oh yeah, I want to buy some gel. Like, what flavor you got?
Mhm.
Like, all they care about is like what flavor do you got. They're
Yeah.
not really worried about what it's going to do. They just wanted to taste good. You know what I'm saying? And most of the time, things that taste good aren't always good for you. You know what I'm saying? And then trying to explain that to people, and
Mhm.
they don't really want to hear that. They just like, look, give me my bubblegum sea moss flavor, or give me my candy apple sea moss,
Yeah.
and they'll go online and tell everybody, such and such Moss King got cinnamon apple Cheerio, sea moss
Yeah.
gum, because that's all they really care about at the end of the day. And then you got those that like they serious about their sea moss. Those
Mhm.
are the customers I want, and that's why the sale with the black owned company was important to me, because I knew from sitting and talking with them that they really, really care about their clients' health and wellness. Like it's serious for them. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? So I just felt in my spirit like, damn, like this could be something. It's going to be something that's consistent. You know what I mean? As opposed to dealing with people that's just sometimes like,
Mhm.
you're going to get that sometimes, but overall, you're not going to win and move a lot of CMOS that way either.
Mhm.
You just not.
But here's another thing that I've noticed too is now you've uncovered a potential like target market. If you
Mm-hmm.
can find more people or identify where to find more businesses like this,
Mm-hmm.
these guys, you can almost go back and now pitch them the same way you pitch these other companies, because that's what kind of, you know what I mean, got them to like you and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
there's probably about 10 or 20 more of these guys that are buying 50 pounds a month or whatever a month, that they're just waiting for the right the one thing I've learned with a lot of these businesses, there's a lot of people that want to get into CMOS. There's a lot of people that want CMOS, but no one knows where to get it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is still at that like testing phase. And so if you came and approached them and said, "Look, I'm already doing it with these guys," or you're the clientele that I sell to because I have this product and this is what I care about it, blah blah blah. It's like, and you only need like 5 or maybe 10 more guys like that.
And that's what I said. I said, let me get 5 people. And they were like, well, let us be one of those 5 people that you're talking about that you want to be selling 50 to 100 pounds to on a
Mm,
consistent basis. And they were all also telling me, like, look, we don't even want to be the middleman for nobody, but we know other people that need CMOS. And I just would send them to you. Like
yeah,
I don't even want to be in the middle of it. Like I would just give them your information and let you deal with them. I was
yeah,
like, wow,
yeah.
like
What you got to do is, and you got to treat those guys like gold. Like
yep,
even drop them free CMOS, give them the best price, let them know they get the price no one else gets. Because as long as you're bringing me business, I can afford to give you a better price.
exactly. And the price that I gave them was good. And even in the end, it was like uh, they we did the transaction through PayPal, right? And it was a seller's fee or whatever, and it was like $52 or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so and this was my first time doing a sale of that size to on PayPal because I don't have a lot of PayPal
Yeah,
clients, right?
yeah,
So I was like, who pays that? You know what I'm saying? Like, do I pay that, or is it like shipping and the client pays that? But the long and short of it was what I ultimately told them was, look, that's not even the equivalent of 1 pound, really. And
mm-hmm.
I'm talking about scale price after everything else, right? I said, so I'm willing to eat that. That's
Mm-hmm.
nothing
Mm-hmm.
considering the business that we're doing and the potential business that can come out of this.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because I have some clients that sometimes I would just send them. I'm like, look, I'm gonna send you an extra pound or an extra couple of pounds just to cover your shipping for the next 5 times. And
Mm-hmm.
these they might only be spending, not only, but it might be like 200, 300, 500 sometimes or something like that. But when and they really be shocked that I'm willing to do that, you know. And some of them used to tell me in the beginning, like, you don't really have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm with you. I'm gonna stick with you. I've been sticking with you, and I'm like, nah, I just want to show some love. You know what I'm saying? To help you recruit, even though I already know they making
Yeah.
hand over fist. But I'm just like, what is a pound or two sometimes? You know what I'm saying? To give people to cover their shipping costs because they're paying it. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm thinking about what Rick used to say in terms of like, I'm not worrying about charging people a whole lot of money per pound for CMOS. I'm thinking about volume. So, say if you're a person that might only make $1,000 in profit over the course of 2 or 3 months, but you got an opportunity to make 700 or 800 right quick, and you plugged into the point where you could just turn around and order some more CMOS just like that and get it within 2 to 3 days. Go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
get that $600, 700, order some more. You know what I'm saying, and keep it going.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just keep it going.
Yeah. Keep
So,
it flipping. That's it. The more you flip it, you know what I mean. The more you turn it over, the more profit you make. That's and it leads me into saying something that I've noticed the other day that I find crazy. So many of these guys are trying to like push the price down to save a buck here or a buck there. But really, if you just sold 2 more pounds or whatever, that money that you're trying to save, you like just sell more CMOS. Like this one guy, he was kind of coming to me. He's like, "Oh, bro, I'll buy all this CMOS, but I need to get it below this price." And I'm like, "Why do you need it below this price, right?" "Oh, well, so I can make more money on it." And I'm like, "Well, just sell more of it, work harder." You know what I mean? And then come back to me and tell me you want this price. But it's almost like you want the low price so you can go make money, but you haven't even proved to me that you can make the money. So go make the
Right.
money and then come back and get a better price.
Yeah,
Like
they put
that's
the cart
that's
before the horse.
yeah, like that's how my logic is. It's like if I wanted it, say I wanted it, say I'm paying $20 and I wanted 15, I'd go make the sales at 20 enough so that I could go back to him and say, "Hey, you know what? You give me 15. I don't even have to ask because I'm buying hundreds of pounds." You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
If the guy's smart, as soon as you ask for it, he'll be like, "Okay, no problem. You're doing the volume." You know what I
Mm.
mean? I can afford to lose some money on you, but I
Right.
can't lose the money without you making me some. Like I've said it to a couple guys. Like you need to make me some money first before I start giving you deals. You know?
Yeah,
That was
make me know it's worth it. You know what I'm saying?
that.
I'm gonna take your twos and fews over the next 4 or 5 transactions. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna let me see something, and then we could talk about the little hookups, here and there. But I'm not giving it away, and that's something I said in that meeting. Like at the end of the day,
Mhm.
like I'm not making a whole bunch of profit, but I am making some profit, and I'm not giving my CMOS away. But they were like, "Look, we on the same page and we totally understand exactly where you coming from." You know what I'm saying? But getting online with them, they told me like that made the big difference with them. You know, because they were like, well, at first we was like, well, maybe we should just order 1 or 2 pounds at the regular price just to see what
Mhm.
the product is. But they was like, when you came back in the email, like, FYI, I'm willing to get on a Zoom conference with you guys and show you what I currently have in stock. And then to get on there and actually see it, you know what I'm saying? They was like, that's what won them over,
Mhm.
because people hide behind the scenes, and you know, it's a lot of scamming that's continuing to go on with CMOS. So
Mhm.
real business people, most of them gonna always respect integrity. Like, so me, I'm like, I don't play with nobody's money, not $1, because I'm not gonna tolerate nobody playing with $1 of mine. You know what I'm saying? Just period. One thing you don't never gotta worry about me doing is trying to steal from you.
Mhm.
I don't want that type of energy, and then I don't want my name and my brand tarnished. You know what I'm saying? Behind just a little bit of nothing.
It's not
You
worth
know,
that.
it's not. It's not.
Mhm. What were you saying, Sean?
Oh, I was just, hey man, the fact that integrity is important, because if you bring in that type of energy, it's gonna come back. You can always take an L, but sometimes if the L's too big, then you're gonna feel some type of way, and that energy is gonna get passed on. If somebody get hurt, say for instance, I lost $1,000 in CMOS, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna go out my way to tarnish your business as much as possible. And you're gonna just feel that, because that word of mouth is powerful. So that's all I was saying.
Mhm. Mhm.
You got
Oh
that
yeah.
right.
Yeah, these customers when they get pissed, man, you don't want to. You gotta go watch it. Like these guys, they they'll follow you. You know what I mean, and try and
Right.
just ruin your day for as much as you possibly can. It's crazy how some of them are. But yeah. But I think at the same time, you got to always kind of hold your ground. You know what I mean? Like if like you believe in your product, you believe in your integrity, you believe, you know what I mean? Don't let people kind of tell you what's what. This is how it is. This is how I run my business. You don't like it, you can go buy from whoever you feel like buying from.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
good service is one thing, but like bending over and getting fucked is another. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah.
not into the. I'd rather lose you as a client. If you're going to make my day miserable, and you know what I mean, after I'm trying and I'm trying to work with you, because some people just, no matter how hard you try to please them, they're just never happy,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Right.
Mm,
I lost a lot of money just going off word of mouth. Like, yeah, man, I'm going to get some Seamoss from you. And I go ahead and make it up and send it off. And they're saying, oh, man, it didn't come through. Or, oh, man, something is happening. I'm like, man, you know what? I'm not doing anything for free anymore. Unless it's just, I guess it's just a learning process. Because in my first year doing it last year, I did a lot of stuff just off the love and just the strength of me helping people. But I realized me helping people and giving something free, it doesn't get appreciated. It doesn't get valued that way, you know. So
no, no, and you can only stay in business so long giving away things for free. You know what I mean? Like once in a while is it's fine. You know what I mean? But you're running a business. You have to make a profit. You know.
oh yeah.
Hmm.
If I do another free shipment myself though. People like that free shipment out there because it's one thing to buy a product, then you gotta that shipping and handling just add just a little bit more to it, but at the same time it's good product, so they shouldn't mind paying for it.
Yeah. Um, no, you're right. And I think sometimes though, it's like you have to find the clients that are willing to pay for it.
There
You know
you
what I
go.
mean? And not waste your time on the ones that aren't. Because there's a lot of tire kickers. There's a lot of people that are just. There's a lot of people that just get off like getting something out of you. Do you know what I mean? Like they just enjoy that.
They can.
Pardon?
Because they usually know that they can.
Yeah.
And they take advantage.
No. Yeah. They love it, and then they're like, ha ha ha! I got this out of them, and I got this for free, or you know.
Yeah, they just like on to the next.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
who's my next victim?
There's like that. Like there's this one girl that's like that. I've watched her when I first started the Seamoss. She hit me up right away and was like getting a deal. She told me this story about her running her own business, and she makes all these products, and I'd like to get sample your Seamoss. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, okay, I'll let you sample it. And it turned out she wanted the samples for free. You know what I mean? And
Right.
this was like a pound of each kind. So I was like, "What? Like, are you crazy? Free sample, like a pound each? No, no, I can't do that. I'll charge you. Oh, samples are free and blah blah blah." So in the end, I give her this deal on the 3 pounds. Right? It was like almost next to nothing, and the girl orders two of them. And I'm like, I called her up and I was like, what why did you order two? And she's like, oh, I thought I was doing you a favor. Thought I was helping out your business. And I was like, no, you want to help it out, pay full price. Like, what do you mean? I gave this to you below my cost because you were gonna, and to this day she has not bought CMOS off me again. You know what I mean? And I see her in the groups, and I see her asking other people. Like sometimes, like I want to be an asshole and like message people and be like, "Yeah, watch that girl," because you know what I mean. I think she's.
Sometimes it's just like that. I ain't gonna lie, man. I've been there. I've been that person. You know, no, I'm not saying shit. Yeah, I was that guy.
Oh shit!
But you know what though? I see, being starting up this business, I do understand from the bottom to the top aspect of things because I once was in that person's shoes where I was looking for the person who had the pounds for the cheapest price possible. And once they gave me the cheapest price, I'm buying 10, 20 pounds easily. Like, let me get that. And, it's just when you don't have it, you're starting off, you're doing anything to get what you can get so you can get to the next level. Once you get to that next level, though, it's nothing to go ahead and pay that full price because you know the value of your product.
Yeah, and what you can make from it. No, I get it, and I'll be honest. I usually tell guys that like if I get the sense that they're shopping around for the cheapest price, I tell them to beat it. You know what I mean? I say, yeah, sorry, I'm not for you. I even tell them I'm not the cheapest price. I go before I even get started on this price. I want you to know I'm not going to be the cheapest price. Let me know if you want to continue. and
Hmm.
then like what? But it's like, why am I wasting time? I'll say this: you'll get good service from me. There's few that I think can match my service. You know what I mean? Like I'm super accessible.
Right, right.
Yeah, you send a message like on Instagram, email, or something. I'm usually responding within two hours or so.
I
Yeah.
remember
Huh?
it was the first time I ever met you. You was like, "Bing." I was like, oh, he's quick.
I know. That's why I do it. That's why
Right.
I do it. You know what I mean? I'm on
Yeah.
it for that because in real estate, right? In real estate, first of all, like a sale is like 20, $30,000, right? And so you get a lead that comes in, especially offline, like online, like social media lead or whatever. If you're not calling that person in 10 minutes, they've moved on.
Right.
Yeah, they've already said they've cut you out. Like next. You
Right.
know what I
Some
mean?
people don't even have that long of a attention span to even see them wait a day or two, you know?
Yeah, none of that. No, there's no waiting. You know. And so and what I want people to get the impression is that when I need my CMOS, I can get it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that's the one thing I've kind of noticed is when people don't now, like, sometimes it can hurt me because I find sometimes people wait till the last minute to order their CMOS and they need it right away. But you know,
Yeah, I got messed up with the holidays. This is my first time in the business of shipping and stuff like that. And a lot of my stuff got spoiled during the holidays. I was like, oh my gosh, man. I
hmm
didn't have no idea that they don't deliver on holidays. I didn't, it just didn't register in my mind like, oh yeah, I'm going to put it in the, I'm going to go to UPS and drop it off and then it's going to be there tomorrow. Nope, tomorrow's coming to 5 days.
yeah,
Yep.
no, and even we fell behind on a lot of orders and stuff because stuff wasn't, or we missed the cutoff time, or like on the Friday we think they're going to be working till 5 and they stopped at 12. You know what I mean? And so we couldn't get the CMOS out the orders, and they waited 3-4 days before they opened back up again. You know, and so yeah, it is what it is.
Hey man, I'm about to tap out. I gotta get up
All right.
4:30, 5 o'clock.
All right, bro.
Head to the full time, but it's always a pleasure, man.
Yeah.
Julie, just call me. Let me know whatever. I sent you the information.
Yeah, I'll make the labels up tomorrow and send
Okay.
you the stuff so
Yeah.
that
Whenever.
yeah, because
Sean, I get up with you, brother,
Yes, sir.
and everybody else. Have a good night. Appreciate y'all.
yeah,
Again, thank you, Julie.
no,
Appreciate it. If ain't
much,
nobody tell you thank you today, man, I'm telling you thank you, man.
thank
Again, you
you.
know what I'm
You're
saying?
Thank you. I appreciate that, and congratulations. You know what I mean? I hope that this is the first of many deals that you
Yeah.
start. You know what I mean? Tapping.
Amen to that, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Congratulations, bro.
Definitely appreciate. Yeah, appreciate it, man. But I'll talk to y'all soon, man. Well, today Wednesday, so we not back on until Friday. I mean Sunday, but
Sunday.
I'll be in the place, man. Y'all be safe in the meantime. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Okay.
All right. Later.
What were you trying to say, Reginald?
Oh no, I was just telling them like that deal that he just got that kind of inspired me. So there's things like that that inspire other people.
Yeah. No, it's good that we can all kind of share and like you say, like show like how we got the deal, how it worked out, what they needed to do. Because sometimes it's just knowing that someone else has done it or is doing it that, like you said, inspires you, gives you that confidence, and you know. But the business is there. There's like
Yeah.
there are so many people out there that are waiting for the right guy to come up and just service them. You know.
I remember that time you boosted my confidence, man. I put out a post on the Seamoss Bar Club. He was like, hey guys, look at this. And I was like, that's all I need. It just keep your extra push me, you're doing something that someone else looking at it and trying to show off your talents and your gift. Because this is, to do something like this, it takes a lot and do it right and do it well. And the consistency of, like, especially with the jails, this is the process. It's not like you buy it, put in the well, actually with the raw you can with the gels though. You put your time, your effort is like a passion. So much. Yeah, definitely. Especially when you put herbs in there and stuff like that, man. That work alone, I've been to some jobs and I get paid like $25 an hour to do less, just to put a boat into another boat or a screw, something like that. $25 an hour for something simple, but this right here, it should be a lot. It should be valued more, but I guess what I'm trying to say is we do a lot when it comes to this. Yeah, because with the jails, it's not like you just go in there and just whip something together and just okay, boom, okay, that's cool. We don't send it out. You have to actually put that time and actually that love and that dedication into it to actually like make it come out like this is perfect. Right. Like this is the perfect consistency. This is the perfect taste. Okay, cool. And then when they come back and say, man, it's delicious, or man, I like this consistency, then it's just like, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, the chemist, the master chemist putting it together. Yeah, man.
How long do you guys soak your Seamoss? And like, do you guys steep your herbs, or do you just like strain it right away?
Well, go ahead, man. When I do my herbs, I actually blend the herbs in there with the sea moss. As far as soaking my sea moss, I would do it overnight, but I try to keep some soaked at all times so that, like, when I do get those orders, I can automatically just have the sea moss already soaked. I've done it in a short amount of time, as maybe like 10 hours, and it'd be ready. But yeah. But the herbs, I blend them in. Everything except for the elderberry. I don't blend the elderberry in there. Yeah, that's good actually. We are supposed to be. Why not? Why is you not supposed to blend elderberry into the sea moss? Yeah. I read something before that said that we're not supposed to actually consume the seeds. Yeah, I read something before that said we're not supposed to consume the seeds. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of like it would be when you read up on like these stuff, like they say that like watch out for this and all that, but I mean that's only because like for if you're taking like medication or like if you're overtaking it, right? So with the elderberries, you'll see something about like it can be poisonous. So in that sense, when you blend with it, yes. And I think you.
It was crazy that people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were asking me before about elderberries. Shoot, I forget. But anyways, it was she was like, I was like, I put elderberries in mine, I do it myself. And she was like, I just want to buy to support the other business. That's what you're talking about. I don't know if it was the portions. I don't know if it was. Okay. Anyway, as far as portions, I use 3 tablespoons to 2 cups. Every 2 cups, I use 3 tablespoons. How much is like 2 cups? Like 8 ounces? Yeah, 16 ounces of water. 16 ounces of water. Yeah. Okay, that's not too bad. But then, if I'm making an elderberry syrup, I would use 2/3 cups of elderberry, two cups of 16 ounces of water. Of course, you need more elderberries to get it more potent and have it thicken up a bit.
Cool. So many different ways. I've never mixed in the herbs. I've been thinking about getting some moringa and trying to mix it in with them, my Seamoss, and see how that combination will work. Yeah, I really like moringa. I'm gonna try and see about getting more of that into my diet.
Very
Yeah, and nutritious. Like you can like it's very nutritious. I had get the powder and actually make capsules using this capsule. But I haven't actually put it into the Seamoss yet.
Mm-hmm.
You'll love it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, you love it. I find that if you like same thing with moringa, like if you take it for too long, apparently like it can affect like your liver as well. So sometimes I'll do it for like a month. I'll add it in smoothies. I'll add in the gel, then I'll add in this like between me and my toddler, probably like 3 tablespoons. And that's like the whole like Vitamix container. And so we'll do that for like a month, and then we'll probably chill out for like a month or two, or like a few months, depends if I want to do something else. So I don't like after a month, I don't keep doing it. I don't keep.
Is that like the same with elderberry? Because Matthew here was asking if it's like echinacea where you can only take it in bursts, like not every day.
Yeah. Well, elderberry, it depends though. It depends. Like if you're doing the syrup, you definitely only have to do a little bit each day. But if you're having tea, yeah, it's definitely you can't do it every day. Like at least like every other day or something. Even like
Yeah, I was reading up, and it was saying that you can take it for like 3 weeks straight, and then try to take a week off, and then go back to taking it like 3 weeks straight.
Mm-hmm. So like a 3 week cycle, on and on. Cool.
Yeah, I'm back. My son was getting into something again.
Yeah.
But I promise you, it's like a non-stop double shift with Seamoss and being a father.
Yeah.
But yeah, the berries though. Yeah, I don't never blend the whole entire berries in there. But yeah, I do. Oh, and back to your question, you said you seep the. I seep the leaves and I boil the roots. Someone told me that was the way to go. With boiling the roots and the bark. That's the only way to get the benefits out of it.
right.
And another thing, now with the black seed, I forgot the technical name, but I know people know that black seed, the actual seed itself. Are that?
Yeah, not sativa.
Yes. All right. Now this is my question. Can we actually eat the seeds itself, or do we have to process it into the oil? That was another question because I have a big bag of them seeds. And I was like, can I just eat them or what?
Yeah, I read I read about that also, that we are supposed to cook them. We're supposed to cook them first, and that's how I do mine. I cook them, put them in a skillet, and just like let them cook up a little bit. You'll start hearing them pop. A little bit, and then I'll go and blend them up, and then put them in capsules. But I did read that just eating the seed by themselves could be toxic.
Gotcha.
I'm not Ethiopia. Black seed, they're barely like it came from its origins from Ethiopia, right? So what they do is that they would put it in like their bread and stuff like that, right? But I'm wondering, would we have to soak it? Like I know like you can toast it, right? But what about like soaking? Like, would there be a reason why we should be smoking? I mean,
all right now.
I'm like so tired these days. Like,
are you good?
So good.
I hear that all the time. I got an uncle. He's like, man, what are you doing over there with all that weed? I was like, this is Seamoss, not weed. Yeah.
Seaweed. Seaweed life.
Right. Yeah, I have soap mine, so what they said was to do, I'm not sure the ratios, but I did the soaking part. They said soak it with, grind it up first, of course, then soak it with coconut oil, and then leave it to sit for like 2 weeks. Now, the thing with me leaving it for 2 weeks, I've been having it in this coconut oil for like almost since last year, right? And I also have the black seed oil gel capsules, and they're like dark brown. But the one that I have just sitting in the coconut oil, I'm wondering, is it supposed to turn dark brown because it's still clear? You know what I'm saying?
Are you just letting it stay? Like, you have to put it in like a crock pot or even like a pot and put it on the lowest heating. And you have to do it for a long while, actually. I think like 3 days to like a week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it in like so it was just an experience. First, I put it in a 16-ounce mason jar, and I come by and shake it up like twice every 4 days, and I've been doing that since like November or something like that. But I'm looking at it right now, and it's like barely that dark brown color. But yeah, I thought it was.
Sorry, or even like under the sun, or where the sun is, or where the
They told me to put it inside somewhere that doesn't hit the sun. So you recommend putting it in the sun?
Yeah, like if you can, especially. But you definitely have to. What's her name again? There's this herbalist. I'm not sure where in the States she's from, but she talks about it. Deborah, what's her name again? Deborah C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, check her out. She's really good.
Yeah, because I've been trying to do the combination of that. Me, I'm the type of guy I love getting like a 2-in-1 or a 5-in-1. So when I came out with shampoo and conditioner, I was like, hey, that's me. So I'm that type of guy that like to mix things, and a lot of my customers like when I mix the herbs stuff. So I was trying to do like the black seed oil and like Seamoss and like chlorophyll, something like that. But I wanted to make the black seed my oil, black seed oil myself.
Yeah, definitely gotta extract that.
His son is so much energy. I could just hear him in the background. He's just flipping out.
That's not true. It's once they're 3 years old.
Yeah, look at it. And it's 10 to 12. And this kid is on fire. Ah! Yeah, that's what happens when you give them Seamoss, man. Their minds go, they get really aware and just confident. Like they're just like shouting out. I've seen it in lots of kids. Matthew here says the black seeds are commonly used in Indian food as a seasoning, like garama or masala, fenugreek, and curry. Yeah, there's a lot of good foods that have all these different herbs and stuff like that in their natural cooking. You know, not just like with black seeds, but like other like cultures have different spices in them, turmeric and stuff like that that really help with you know our our health. And I feel like we need to do more to like incorporate the herbs and stuff that heal us into the food that we like our daily foods and stuff, so that we have a good balance of nutrients and yeah.
Right.
Oregano.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. We need to get rid of the parasites.
Right, yeah, I was looking at that on TikTok today, and they had this story about how they come out and they're supposed to look, and people are just like, oh, crazy about it right now because it's just hit the market about how to detox your body from parasites.
Mm-hmm.
Like the bitter herbs are much more effective, but hey, like oregano it's if you're on a budget, it's pretty good. Oregano oil. I really, really like whenever I talk to people that are like health conscious, I have to shout her out, even if you aren't. But she's from the States too. She's from LA. Ginger DeClue. Have you guys heard of her?
No.
Please, yes, Julien too. Please. Her Instagram is. I'll send you it actually, Julien.
Okay.
So her Instagram is Heal with Ginger DeClue. So DE and then Clue. And she will she's an iridologist, right? So she looks in your eyes and she'll see, okay, like your glands are weak. You have I don't know, all those things, right? And so basically, her main content is about like getting rid of those parasites, and she has tons of videos where these parasites and like this plaque, like her clients would like send her like videos and like pictures of the parasites that just came out of them. Like it's not a lie. When people used to see those photos about like those plaques, right? Some people are just stealing it and then saying that this is what their product does, but that is actually real. We can pass these like plaques. We can pass these parasites through our bowel movement, right? Like, it's amazing, like it's crazy. So yeah, she's really doing it out here. Like I freaking love her, you know. So yeah, please check her out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check her out. I do want to do some kind of like parasite cleanse or something like that soon to see like with all the stuff that I've been eating over the course of my life, you know what I mean, to kind of clean me out and give me like I guess like just clean my system out so it runs smoother and better. You know what I mean? I can handle stress better and all these other things are just more healthier. Maybe lose some weight. I've been monitoring my weight and I've noticed that I've gained like since I came back from St. Lucia, probably 15 pounds. I've gained.
Yeah, everybody has been saying that actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some fast food is like my nemesis, you know what I mean? Or chicken joy.
I know sometimes I see your videos, you know, or you do like your late night runs and
Yeah, the fast foods and stuff. But I mean, we eat a lot of home cooked meals here and stuff. But there's just some times where it's like, you know what I mean. And that I think that's the how do you say it? Like, I wish there was more better food options at late at night. I would take advantage of them. You know what I mean? But there's just not. It's fast food, and you know what I mean. It's all shitty.
I got something that's really good. I've been doing more time. I don't know if it's just me, but I've been doing like the fresh spring water and key lime and also my one of my old guys I know he's on alkaline diet for like a decade now. He's like, yeah, go ahead and throw some cayenne pepper in there and some honey and some cinnamon. And I promise you, it's like a boost of energy. It boosts your metabolism. It gives you like this little burning sensation. Not burning sensation, but it's really spices. So almost like caffeine almost when you take it, drink it. Yeah, I've been noticing that my metabolism has been really speeding up more than normal. Recently, since I've been doing it, because I'm not as bloated, my stomach's going down, and it's easy to make it. So what I do is I get one of those 3-gallon jugs of water, just put me a bunch of key limes in there, and just walk in the refrigerator, drink me a cup of water, there, and go about my day. I'm telling you, that would help. And then also, I think alkalines is almost like alkaline water or something like that with the key lime in there.
I've heard that key limes and cucumbers in the water will help add electrolytes and make it change the pH on it so that it's more alkaline. Yeah, I should try that. You know what I mean? I also want to try like when I get up in the morning doing like a bunch of sit-ups and jumping jacks and stuff like that, just to kind of like get my my body sort of shock it, waking it up in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the easiest way because like I know some people we're just too like busy bodies, right? I don't want to like really put that excuse because I'm there as well, but it kind of is true. And then at the end of the night, like we are like pretty drained. But so I bought these weighted jumping rope from Amazon, and that's been helping too. I also got a weighted vest just to do that, and that's it. and it's just so easy. You just grab the jumping rope, you put on the vest, and then that's it. Even if it's just for like 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, at least that. Like us like jumping up and down like that, it sharpens our brain as well.
Yeah, the activity. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
You know?
That's like the easiest way, really, to just squeeze something in.
Well, that's what I'm gonna have to try and do, especially in the mornings. Get a little like even 10-minute sort of exercise or something like that. That's sort of like my worst thing is I sit in the bed too much and just like fuck around on Instagram. The amount of time that I'm wasting in the mornings, like doing bullshit, I gotta stop it. You know what I mean? I gotta change it up.
I think some people need that though, because as we getting older now, I take longer to get out of bed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that little 5-10 minutes of scrolling on Instagram be like my little time to get my body and my mind together on the same page. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I don't see nothing wrong with that, but that's what I do.
Yeah, it's a little, the best. Yeah, that's what I need. To be honest with you, I need it because we really shouldn't be on our phones like right when we rise. Especially with all that blue light. Yeah.
You gotta check those emails. Make sure you got those orders coming in. Now, that's the first thing you want to do. Like, did I get an order today?
Exactly.
Right. I was going to sleep thinking about the little ping that comes to my phone when the money hits it. Like,
I love that sound. Cha-ching, cha-ching. I love that sound. I love that sound. I hope I hear that soon. Yeah, and that's I'm actually just checking my stats now because I've started doing some new advertising. I've been advertising on TikTok, although I don't know. It's like
TikTok is so versatile. When people you can reach so many people with TikTok.
mm-hmm.
I heard if you put like that hashtag FYP or hashtag for your page, then it goes out to more people because more people watching that hashtag.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, but I've also heard that like no matter what, they put it on the for your page. Like every video that you make, spend some time on the FYP page or whatever it is. So that adding the hashtag is almost redundant because it goes out on it. But what they do, from what I understand, reading like trying to break the algorithm, they send your video out to like say 100 people initially as soon as you make the video, and then how those first 100 people engage depends on whether or not they shoot it to another 500 people, and then those 500 people will will determine whether or not they shoot it to 1,000 or more, and that's why sometimes you can quickly see your numbers go up. And so it's another reason why it's important if you're doing it that method that you're constantly putting content out there because the more content you put out there, the more TikTok is able to try and find that sort of niche market that's going to be receptive to your content. And then when they find that market and they keep hitting that, sending that message to the people, that's where you see the numbers grow. You know.
Right. You also got to put it out at a certain time too.
Yes, because the certain time is determines when those like that's what's crazy about social media and marketing in general and stuff. It's like you have to almost time when these people are going to be available and be receptive to your ad because if they're watching something else or if they're into something else or they're doing something while they're doing it, they may not be watching your ad as closely. You know what I mean? It's like having a billboard. It's there, but it's, you know, you don't always register. Not everybody registers that it's there. You know, but I'm curious to see. So today I spent. I think I put a budget of $40. I ran two ads, $20 on each one, and naturally they went through the budget. So I'm curious to see like how long I have to run these before I start seeing some sales. But it's, you know, I had what it says 400 people. It's just weird though. It says 403 people clicked one of my ads, right? I had a 2.8 click through rate. But then when I look on the data on my website, it's like the amount of visitors aren't whatchamacallit, they're not reflecting the amount of people that have the clicks. And another thing I'm seeing is that there's people on here and they're from countries that I don't sell to, like Russia or India. You know what I mean? I need to figure out or how to make sure that I'm not sending ads to people in those countries because that's wasted money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also, you can almost like connect all your social media to TikTok. That's what I do. My TikTok runs to Instagram and Facebook. So when I post on TikTok, it automatically goes to my Instagram, and it automatically goes to my Facebook as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've noticed that with TikTok is a good feature. It makes it easier to share the content on the multiple platforms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it's good to have. I mean, all these platforms I find are good and they're needed in order to build um, confidence in your product. You know, like a relationship or a reputation that when people see you, you know what I mean? They connect with the stuff that you're doing, and you're just out there. You know what I mean? This is a numbers game, you know. And a lot of people, if you're not doing the sales that you are expecting, it's because not enough people are. I've said it before. You know what I mean? But even with this like ad, right? Or not ad, but with my website, I'm looking at it, and on my analytics, yesterday, let me just pull it up. I had 347 online sessions. That's about an increase of about 165. I know that after a certain amount of sessions, like a certain amount of visitors to the site, will result in a sale. Right? So if I could get like say 500 people to visit my site, I'll probably get 2 or 3 sales from it. And so that's what I'm trying to work now is increasing the amount of people that are visiting my site, and then also increasing the online conversion rate. Because even today yesterday I had 347 visitors or online sessions. My conversion rate was 0.86, which is like terrible. You know what I mean? I want a conversion rate of like 5. So
Right.
how do I get that number? That's the
It'll come with time because the more you keep them engaged, you stare in their face, you steady are in their face.
yeah.
They can't help but to want to go ahead and like, you know what, he's out here. Let's go ahead and give him a try because that's how it is with this, especially with social media. You know, you got to keep the people engaged, keep them entertained, and stuff like that. You also got to make it to cater to everyone. Like you can do a video, and if it don't have no music, their attention span is gone. You can do a video and does have like good graphics, and their attention span is gone because you got like 3 seconds before someone decides to make a decision or go to something else.
That's so true. That's the how do you say it? The challenge is like how do you create good, engaging content? How do you know what I mean, capture people so that they stare and be like, okay, what is this? You know what I mean? That's something that I've been trying to wrestle with and sort of figure out. Okay, how do I create a system that makes it easy for us to create the content that I can spit out there. Because I realize that if I can, like, most of the people that have the high numbers and the high, like, followers and stuff like that, they're posting like multiple times in a day. And in order to get to that level, you kind of have to have a system in place so that the content's already there, created. You know.
Who I see doing a lot of business and getting a lot of views? It's the women, man.
Yeah, that's true. With their nails, with like their like filters, with like let's say if they're making like body butter, it's all like they make their filter like all like have stars or like it's like shining a bit. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I kind of thought about that. Like, I was like, what if I, what I mean, just worked on my body and worked on, what I mean, and kind of like became this model on Instagram, and I'm just like, what I mean, like use sex to my advantage. You know what I mean?
What gets me though, as like as a viewer or like as a consumer, let's just say. So if I see like a TikTok video, the ones that I usually like actually watch is the ones that would start off with like, oh, like do you suffer or are you do you want to fix like your acne or like acne or oily skin problems type of thing, and then they'll go ahead and like show like the method of how they do everything. I feel like that really catches people's attention as well. Starting off with like the cover of what people are usually like looking for, what they're trying to aim to like heal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of like the infomercial, like to get stuff. Yeah. You something that.
Well, that's yeah. You're like solving a problem by doing that.
Right. It is. Yeah, people want that storyline. They want to be like entertained. After so long, that's pretty much how you sell it. Because like you were saying, once you see something healthy, like nowadays, but once you see like, what is this? Like you said, like, what is this? Like, they love that storyline. If it's not, you can just oh yeah, you know how they have like something that like 1,000 people died today. And you're like, no, this happened to my health, so now I got your attention. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Like clickbait almost.
Yeah, clickbait.
Yeah.
But then it's like it leads to something that does connect with it, and it's like, wow.
Good point. Good point. I'm gonna have to steal some of those ideas when I make my content.
Like we really do have to. Like most of the TikTok videos that I come across with, I just got TikTok, but most of the ones that I come across with, it's really like what is this, right? It's just like kind of that generation as well.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, they get a lot of views actually. But yeah, we do have to watch other people.
Yeah, I wanted to sit down too and write a few comedy skits once. I just haven't sat down and figured out some concepts of what would be funny. I think I'm going to do a series of like behind the scenes as like a Seamoss distributor or whatever. Like some of the questions we get asked, or some of the stuff that like people say to me and stuff like that. That's just crazy. Like, yeah, like I don't know. I don't keep I wish I kept a journal so I would have more. Like, there's nothing that like right now comes to the top of my head. Although earlier today I had this lady like kind of freak out on me because we have this loyalty points program on the Seamoss, right? And so she's been buying Seamoss for over a year, right? And so she's like, "Oh, look, I got all these points," right? So she's all excited. And then So I'm like, to be honest, no one uses the point system. Like even when she brought it up, I was like, "What? We have the loyalty points?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, that thing." So I looked into it to see how much she's got, and she like qualified for like a $2.50 discount. So she starts tripping. What the? I've been buying Seamoss for like how long? And I can't like you know what I mean? Like I don't even get nothing free. Like all you're gonna give me back is like $2. But then I was like when I looked into her thing, I was trying to explain to her like, okay, you bought off us for a year, but in that total year, you've only spent like $200. Like, how much profit did you think I made from that? Like, I might have made $50. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And so, how much discount did you want? Like, like I'm sorry, lady, but you didn't spend enough money. Like, how do you tell someone that it's kind of like, yeah, I want to hook you up, but really, like I haven't made any money off you, so I can't give you like something for nothing, you know? Challenge business. So like I'd like to do a couple skits to kind of show what it's like as you know what I mean, this independent business because it's a lot of work and honestly like there's not a lot of profit. Like when you add in the advertising, the boxing, the shipping, the fees that you have to pay when you're converting it from PayPal or whatever third party processor you're using. You know what I mean? Like some of these guys see the price on the website and they think that's what you're making, but it's like no, like you know what I mean? Not at all. No, a lot of that gets eaten up and just costs. You know? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, and then it's even the advertising and stuff like that. Like, look, I spent $40 and didn't make a dollar. You know what I mean? I probably have to spend that for the next week. Yeah, before I might even see something if I see that. So you have to spend 400. Hope you make 1,000. That's it's not easy. You know, and you might not make any money. You just throw that money away. Just, no, but what I mean throw it like away is in like if I spend the money on the advertising and it doesn't result in a sale, then yeah, then it's kind of like that money's lost. Sometimes you have to lose some of this money to gain it. Yeah, yeah. So it's like it's not easy. Yeah, the life, the behind the scenes as a Seamoss seller. You know what I mean? See some of the crazy stuff that these buyers do. You know, some of the questions they ask and stuff. Yeah, like most of your buyers or clients are more like they're suppliers themselves, right? Yeah, most of the people that I do a lot of B2B than consumers. So most of the people, and that's why like it's funny. Like I have a lot of my friends that try to give me like business advice or like, oh, you should do it like this. You should do it. And I'm just like, no, you don't understand my market. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have a certain like most of the people that are buying from me, they have a certain amount of education on the CMOS. So me coming up with like how to make the CMOS gel and stuff like that, it's like that's not my department. You know what I mean? It's like the people that I sell to, those are the people that are out there should be educating and and sort of teaching everybody the different stuff about CMOS. Yeah, and then I'm should be there at that level where I'm educating the people that I'm selling to, but they should be taking that step further and educating themselves beyond. And I don't think enough people spend enough time educating themselves about the products that they're selling. That's why. I don't think so. And like I see that with some of your lives, like the comments, they'll be like, and they're already like giving this out to people too, right? And they're already like asking like basic questions
like I forgot what he asked, like on one of your Instagram lives, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like you're selling this to people, and like you're not really like aware of that.
Yeah. Rio Two Tone says, "Do one with SpongeBob taking Seamoss and after screaming, 'I'm ready,' all the way to work." Yeah, SpongeBob will be funny. The undersea, actually, those and Squidward, and because it's all in the sea. I should do a bunch of skits or I've done it before where I've taken like videos and added like sublibs, or you know what I mean, like voiceovers. Done the voiceover on the ad. So that would be cool. I also thought about doing Aquaman series, a bunch of Aquaman videos um, and skits, like repurposing them. That would be funny. Yeah. Shit, there was something I was gonna say, and then he said something about SpongeBob, and it got me off the topic. Anyways,
Yeah, or even like you, or like I don't know, someone that you know, maybe like your daughters, I don't know, just because they're more convenient, they're more around you more, or like just like simple skits of like I don't know, like you handing it to her or something, and like you kind of like explaining to her like what the benefits are and whatnot. I don't know, like small things like that too. But people do love humor.
yeah, no, they want to have some jokes and stuff, and that's why, yeah, I think it'd be funny to do some different skits and stuff, change it up, and you know, make some people laugh and stuff like that. But what was it? It was something I wanted to say, like just oh, I think in regards to the education and stuff like that. What I find like really kind of like crazy, and Moss King brought it up earlier, is that like with a group of how many people in the club, right? The Seamoss Buyers Club, the posts that get the most traction and the most engagements are the ones where people are questioning like the status quo of what's being said. You know what I mean? And it's just fascinating to see the comments and how uh, passionate these people get when someone tries to question the information that's out there, and because there's a few of these guys which I'm all for it, because to me they're pushing the narrative because they're doing the research. The the fact is, what I mean, from what I can see, most people don't even understand how Seamoss is farmed, and they're shitting all over it. Like, and they'll say this, "Oh, man, the man can't compete with nature and this and this and that." But it's like, bro, if you seen how Seamoss is farmed, like, there's no man. Like, you know what I mean? The only man thing that we do is attach it to the rope. You know what I mean? So other than that, it grows naturally. So it's like, how are you turning around and saying all these negative things about it? Like, what research have you really done? And then no, and then rather than sit there and say, okay, to the person, okay, you know what? I don't believe you. I'm going to find information that contradicts what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's like, no, they don't want to do that. They want to fight with the person, or say, "Oh, I'm leaving this group." Like that's what kills me too. It's like, okay, so because this guy has a difference of opinions from you, and he's trying to educate you based on what he's read and tested or whatever, you're like, "Oh no, this doesn't fit my narrative. I'm out of here." Like, so what's gonna happen? You know what I mean? And what I see behind the scenes that's happening that a lot of people don't realize is that there's a lot of big players that are now starting to come into the CMOS space, and they have the money to do the research. And most of these people, they know the truth about the minerals and how what the CMOS really has in it. and they've kind of said to me like, we're gonna get our legal shit in place, and we're gonna fuck up all these people with their 92 whatever, because we're gonna be able to have the data that shows them that they're not that what they're saying is not true, and they're gonna have to retract all this stuff. So those who are watching, which honestly, none of the people that are, what I mean, on that sort of 92 mineral space, none of them watch my live streams. I'm almost positive. You know what I mean? Yeah. Huh? We, all of us, all, all of us, all, all of us have done it.
Oh, that's terrible. But
All of
at least for not like the people in the group though that are like only basing it on like just because my opinion, just because this is my opinion, it's so true. You know, that's all of them right now.
all of them that do it.
A lot of people, I think a lot of people, what they're doing is that they're getting their research off of other posts or off of other groups.
Yeah.
As opposed to actually going in and doing that hardcore research, like the back end research. They're just, I guess, more so going off of what they heard from, other Seamoss people. Going off like that.
Yeah. And that's somewhat of a problem, because soon these people that do know the stuff are going to be in a position to push those who haven't, who, have sort of, I don't want to say cut the corners, but have, kind of fast tracked what they were doing, and decided not to put the real effort in it. You know what I mean? Like, you need to put effort into your business, regardless what it is, to make it successful. You know, you have to put those man hours in, those times, even doing stuff like this. You know what I mean? This is all a part of the mastery of what you're trying to do. You know, and those that do it are going to have the advantage, and those that don't are going to struggle to try and, what I mean, make sales. They almost need that sort of theory in the gimmick. Like, if you see us, we're not really selling it. The most I'll say is that people believe this, because people do believe it, right? And it's easier to say people believe something than for me to kind of go through the whole pitch as to, why there's not what.
People actually will want to believe something that's not true than actually hear about the actual real research behind it. Like, no, I don't got time for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, we can come out and say, we can start a post that say, Seamoss make your butt big and guarantee people gonna believe it.
Wow.
That's the dangerous thing of social media is that like, yes, this is an age of information and technology, but like people are just like believing everything.
You're right. You're right. We've come to this like society of almost sheep, where one guy becomes we identify one person as the shepherd, and everything that they say we kind of go, okay, okay, okay. This whole COVID stuff is all because we're just complying and not looking at the science and arguing with people and stand like, if everybody decided to say screw your protocols, we're you know what I mean, like, what are they going to do? What could they do? Nothing. You know.
Yeah, right. And that's actually like a great example because the how 92 minerals is pushed is exactly like that. Like, that's how heavy it's being pushed.
Mm-hmm. No, but it's hard not to, because it's a good story. You know what I mean? People get in, like, as soon as you do the 92 102, they're like, oh, you know. Yeah, you're getting the whole. You're getting 1,000 minerals.
Take off the random night.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hmm. Well, what is 92 minerals? Like, it just sounds like a good number. You know what I mean? I always tell them people, look, it works. You know, it'll change your life. You have to try it to really understand it. Like me explaining this, explaining that, it doesn't mean anything to you until you taste it, until you experience it. That's when you, because they'll always say, what is, like, especially with my friends, I am like the worst salesman because they'll come to me and be like, "Oh, Julien, you're selling this Seamoss. So what does it do?" I don't fucking know. It's good for you. And they're like, "What?" Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, here's the website. Go check it out. No, and they'll be kind of like, oh, you should bring your Seamoss here and show this to this person and get it in this restaurant and this. And I'm just like, I don't have time for that. Like, I'm shipping this stuff all over the world. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can't try and get every single market. And like that's why you got to kind of know the space that you want to be in and just focus on serving those people and let the other people handle the other business. Otherwise, you'll be like a dog chasing your tail, trying to make everything work. You know, but no, no, I wouldn't be here enjoying my time, hanging out, talking about CMS. You know. No, I look forward to these weekdays and stuff. You know, like I'm just like, yeah, yes, yes. That is that's my favorite movie, Forrest Gump. Yeah, massive. That is probably the movie I've watched the most in my life. I've probably yeah, I've probably seen Forrest Gump maybe 300, 400 times. Yeah, because back in the days, you remember when they used to have the first choice super channel and all the movie channels or whatever. And so I dated a girl who had the scrambler box. And so they would just have one time they were running Forrest Gump like on a marathon. And so every time I was at her house, it was on the movie. So I'd watch it maybe 2 times in a day or 3 times in a day, but I was there like every other day, kind of like like that's what it was on TV. Like, what do you want to watch? Forrest Gump. And they're like, again. But it's such a good story. You know what I mean? Like, if more people were like Forrest Gump, more people would be successful. You know what I mean? Because he didn't listen to what a lot of people were saying. He believed in himself, and he just did it. He did what he went like. He went with his gut, and just and didn't let anybody kind of tell him that he was slow or that he was this. You know?
Yeah, I don't think he played by the everyone. He don't different from everyone. It's like everyone else's boundaries was not his.
Yes. And I kind of identify like that. Whereas the way I see the world is completely different than the way other people see the world and behave in the world. You know what I mean? Like one of the things that I've always believed, and it sounds crazy to say it, but how do I put it? I live in this world, but I don't live in this world. I live outside this world. And so because of that, I I'm able to operate in a space that's different than other people. Like I am able to do things that other people can't do because they don't believe that they're in that space that gives them the ability to do it, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like one of the most craziest things about me that you have to be around me to see it is that I will go into a room, into a business, completely empty, and within 5 minutes, the place is packed. Like it's crazy. Like you hang around me enough times, and you'll see it. Like we'll walk in, no, and I mean, it's like sometimes the universe. I feel like there's just doors opening up for me. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'll come in there, and it's just this energy, and I get there right at the right time, right before everything gets busy, and then I turn around, and it's just like this energy that you attract. Yeah,
I believe that.
yeah,
Because it's like, I'm about to get ready to go to the gas station and no one's there. When I pull up, the gas station is packed.
exactly. Yeah, those are the kind of things that happens for me a lot. It's just that the universe just plans it, and there's a lot of times where God puts people. Have you ever watched a show? I don't know if you might know it, Maria. There's a show. There was a Canadian show called The Littlest Hobo, and this is kind of like the story of my life, like to the point where I see it now so many times that I just kind of sit back and allow this to happen. So the story of The Littlest Hobo is about this German Shepherd dog that just runs and goes. It's like a lassie, right? Where he would go into town and he would meet up with some kid or something like that, and then through well, through this meeting of the kid, he helps them out in some way. And then after they help him out, the train comes and the dog disappears. That's kind of like the way I believe God has set up my life. People come into my life for different various reasons or whatever, and my job is to kind of speak to them and talk to them and drop ideas within their head. Like I plant seeds that help open up the doors for them to get to the next level. You know what I mean? But it's up to that person to do it. But that's sort of like what I believe my role or my job is to do. You know what I mean? Is to go out and sort of connect with these people and assist them into opening their doors when they're ready to get to that next stage. But it all depends on the person and whether or not they're ready to to go through that next phase of their life.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like that story. The guy's in the boat, and the boat's sinking, and he's like, "Oh God, I need help! I need help!" And someone passes him, he does the same thing. Another one passes him, does the same thing. And he looks up, God, why you didn't send me any help? I just saw the two boats, something like that.
Yes, exactly. Because I believe that's how God's blessings work. Is that He works through people, and that sometimes you have to wait long for your blessings because it's being held up by someone who's not doing what they needed to be doing. So that's why a lot of times I just if you see me, I'm really sort of overly helpful, overly like, oh yeah, let's do it, let's see what happens, because I don't know if this is the reason why God has put me in your place. You know what I mean? To help you to get to that level. So like I don't want to do anything that blocks someone's blessings. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to create a flow channel that flows through me, everything that's supposed to flow through me, so that I get what I'm supposed to get. You know what I mean? Because when you help someone, your blessing comes, but it doesn't come from that person. You know?
Right.
Yeah. So I just try to help everybody get their blessings so that I can get mine. You know?
But the only way you can get it is to put in the work, though. Ask for it, give it to you. But if not, you're not putting in the work, that's not the way it'll come.
Facts. 1,000%. And most people don't want to put the work in. They want to pray, but they don't want to pray the back up the prayer with the faith and the desire.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about having desire. There's power in the desire. You know what I mean? Like my success in all this business comes down from the desire that I hold and how I apply it to what I'm doing. You know what I mean? That to keep that goal fresh in my mind, that focus, that energy. Yeah.
Once you set that intention out to the world, your job is to go and act and put in the work to attract more of those intentions going to come your way to get you to that next level, it's going to get you to where you want to be at.
Exactly. And it just starts by doing the work and getting it done, and keeping consistent and not giving up, Yeah. Yeah. It's tough, it's not easy. It's scary. But I find that the more you try or the more you practice, the more comfortable and more easier it gets, and that you can't be afraid to risk something and possibly fail. Like I've always said, it's not the mistakes you make; it's how you recover from the mistakes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be tough, but it can be done.
Yeah. 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 Life is tough, but we keep pushing. You know what I mean? But I feel like the industry has come a long way in the last couple of years. You know what I mean? And it's like I remember when I first started this. Like, what's crazy is that most of the people from St. Lucia that I've talked to, like most of the larger sellers and stuff, they all know about, there's no real difference between wild crafted and cultivated. They all know that the minerals don't come from the rock, but most of them just don't want to rock the boat because they have concerns about like losing sales. And even me, I've wondered like if my open stance about these views, does that result in less people? Like, could I sell more Seamoss if I had just kept my mouth shut?
Right.
That,
like this,
huh?
I say it's like this though, because I be want to tell people like, don't you know you're hurting yourself by producing your body? But if I say that, I'm make them feel bad. They're not gonna want to shop with me because I'm hurting their feelings, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, hey, if you like it, I love it. That's what it's the fruit here. What else? All right, okay, let's go.
Mm-hmm. And that's something that I've always kind of questioned. Like, should I do this? Does it, am I hurting the business by being so vocal and stuff like that? But then I feel like it's like, okay, you know what? Like God put you in this place to see what you've seen, to know what you've known. You're kind of a pussy if you just keep your mouth shut and just like I'm not in it for the sale. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not doing this just to sell CMOS. And so to me, I see it as um, a bigger role that we're playing. And not only that, but it's just not us. Like there's so many other people that are staking their life, like that work harder than I do to get this CMOS. You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the main reasons why I I'm vocal like this is because I know a lot of them are they're concerned about talking because it's like if they need the sale to eat. You know what I mean? So it's like I it's almost like I'll take the heat to help spread the word so that things will change. Because I remember one of them was saying like, "What the fuck do we do?" Like, I got guys like Victor Bowman telling everybody St. Lucian Seamoss is trash. How do we get around that? And I'm like,
I watched his live last night, not to cut you off.
yeah.
I was like, man, I'm getting off this. Because I was really the first thing, like, you guys are buying all that fake ass CMOS on social media. I said, well, cut off. I'm like, bro, there's no such thing as fake CMOS, man. Just because you're the descendant of Dr. Satan, you don't have the right to call everyone stuff fake like that.
Yeah.
Cut everybody else down and right, but ultimately, damn, they're losing customers
Hmm.
Right. But this is competition. This market is, competition. And
Yeah, I mean, that guy just gets my blood boiling because
I can't say anything. If he just talk about shit.
no, what bothers me most is just like you're killing the industry. You know what I mean? Like you're spreading false information, and it's just like what? So you can sell more Seamoss? Like I almost feel bad for him because I know this. If he was making as much money as he thinks he should be making, he'd keep his mouth shut and just make his. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you, telling people like you must have a big jealousy on you. You know what I mean? To sit there and be like, oh, this is CMOS is trash. This is trash. You know what I mean?
But it's just like you said, some people are like the shepherd. You have your sheep,
Mhm.
and they're gonna hold on to every bit of information that you got around it because you're the shepherd. And some people's okay with it, but you got some people like us that's research like the fact that everything.
Victor, Victor's Victor's lucky I don't have the extra money. Trust me. As soon as I get some extra money, I'm gonna start probably investing in these tests, and I'm gonna take his CMOS and I'm gonna test it compared to other people's our CMOS. And huh? Yeah. Well, I'll say this. Something I don't really tell a lot of people, but I have a couple. I have one particular buyer that I'm friends with now, and he he owns a large business who does a lot of sales, and what I mean, he makes his product into these gummies and stuff. And he said he tested over 40 different types of CMOS from different regions and areas. And like he said, your worst CMOS is better than most other country CMOS. Because I sent them some B grade and I sent them like some lower, like stuff that wasn't looking as nice because we were looking at basically different price points. Like, how do we get the product for cheaper? You know what I mean? And I was like, I have this stuff, doesn't look as nice, but it's still good quality. So he was like, yeah, let me test it. And so he tested it, and he was just like, hell yeah, give me more of this. Like, I'll take this all day. You know what I mean? Because he's breaking it down into he's not making gel or selling raw. He's putting it into a different product. And so the appearance was the whole point is he tested it and he said, "Dude, this test is by far the best emails I've ever had." Huh? That no, and I had asked him for the like, can I get a copy of the results? You know what I mean? And of course they say, yeah, yeah, sure, no problem, but it never materializes. So I don't know if he's ever going to share it with me. You know, because I mean, what he has no incentive to do it. You know what I mean? He paid for the test. I didn't. You know, but I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him again and see. But I know this: the guy's like we're pals now, so the CMOS has to be good. You know what I mean? Like if it was bad CMOS, he wouldn't be trying to like build a partnership with me. So yeah, it's got to be good for something. But but you don't need to be going around and shitting on other people's CMOS because even with that, knowing that, it's like this guy hasn't tested every single CMOS. You know what I mean? So there could be CMOS that's better than Lucian CMOS. You know, we don't know. Say Yusuf, what's up, bro? How's it going? Star Wars. Oh, from that. I heard that that movie is shit, or is it a TV show?
That one was cool. Kind of like 20-minute episodes or whatever. But it's cool. Mandalorian, yeah. That was good. That was good.
Have you noticed that there's been a rise of people watching Disney Plus
Yeah, because it's they're giving it away to like ESPN.
everywhere? They're giving it
It's
away.
not
Yeah,
yeah, because I had it because I have the rise.
yeah, that's what I've noticed. Like, you know what I mean? At our house here, they're all like, "Oh yeah, Disney Channel." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about Disney Channel?" Well, now I gotta watch all these like movies and stuff like that. I don't know. To me,
Yeah,
I, I'm very how do you say it? I'm very anti TV. Um, the TV is pardon? Yeah, no. Well, the TV is a brainwash tool. It is meant. It's put into our places, by the advertising companies to sell us more product to make us consume. You know what I mean? And when you watch these shows, especially shit like Disney Channel and stuff like that, it warps your mind because like the more you watch these shows, the more you start believing that that's what reality is about, and then you start learning lessons from the TV shows, like these morals and stuff like my sister was a big person who watches like Disney and all these like Family Channel and stuff like that. And she's always into these dramas and having these like
everything.
what?
Yeah, stuff. Yeah, that shit bad.
Oh, VH1. Don't get me started on VH1. Oh, those are the worst shows. Those guys should be fired. Yeah, those guys are the it's the worst for the culture. You know what I mean? It's like you're putting this on show and giving permission for these black people to behave in that way. It's disgusting.
People think that's how everybody is.
Yeah,
Think every single person.
yeah, and then it warps your mind, and then you think that that's what you got to be cool because that's how everybody on TV is, and it's like, no, man, this you're setting our society back like so much. Imagine what it would be like if every single black person just watched stuff that was educational, positive, and uplifting, and we never watched anything violent. And, yeah, there's nothing wrong with being like Bill Nye. You know what I mean? I love Bill Nye. Or reading Rainbow with Lamar. And so, because that was me, I was always into these educational stuff and these smart stuff because I don't know, I always like looked at myself like, okay, I'm not just representing me, I'm representing a culture. You know what I mean? And I think that we don't do enough to hold each other accountable. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, okay, yes, there's a lot of these guys in the hood slanging drugs and doing stuff. But what are the ones that are not in the hood doing to help create opportunities for those so that they don't like they're doing this because they don't like believe that they have another option. You know what I mean? Like, and what are we doing to make options for our people? I feel like we're not doing enough. You know what I mean? We're,
You'll be surprised how many people that don't want to learn. They're so comfortable living in that condition, in that mind, in that mind, in that way of thinking, that you try to tell them anything different, they will keep bashing.
mm-hmm.
I promise you. I try.
What the parasites from our food and our diet? Yeah, yeah, it can mess up our way of thinking. You know, like everything comes down to a decision, and if you have like a chemical imbalance, because the parasite's eating like something more than it, like that you need, and so you're deficient in it. You're gonna make bad decisions, you know. And maybe that's something that we need to do as a culture for our community is to help educate people on their diet, on the importance of having proper sugar balance, and you know what I mean, eating good meals every day and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, you would be surprised. Go one part of city and going to the hood. There's a liquor store on every corner to keep them at their lower self. And that way, they can't even listen to anything that's outside of what they know because they're so intoxicated.
Mm.
Yeah, they're not even. It's not real. Right.
But but who do we blame? Do we blame the guy that has the liquor store that's there? I don't believe so. We have to hold ourselves accountable. We're the ones.
Blame TV.
Huh?
I don't know. Blame TV environment. That shit. It stands for so much. Like if your dad is a certain way, you prone to be that way. If your mom is a certain way, you prone to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if TV and society telling you that a good, honest day's work is lame, then right. You're not keeping it real. You're not a black guy. You're not a real. You never went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So that has a lot to do with black people being black people cause that themselves because you had people like Ice Cube and you have all these rappers that little kids they like these guys because that's their idols. So that's the people that people should have been, talking to like, nah, you're rapping on something else. People not gonna do that dumb shit. But then again, it has a lot to do with where you stay at. I was in the highlight books while everybody else was selling crack. I was looking at highlight books.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at TV, like science stuff. I was into science. So
Oh yeah, I was big in the science, popular mechanics. That's what I would read a lot and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's tough, when you have all that messages. But that's why I feel like it's important for us in our community to kind of, even doing what we're doing here. You know what I mean? Making it, you know, inspiring people, talking about the business, showing different aspects, like sharing our knowledge and stuff like that. It creates a space for other people to join so that they can, try their hand at doing something, you know what I mean? Other than something negative for society. Like a lot of these people don't want to do these criminal stuff. They just feel like they don't have a choice. It's it's easier and more pleasurable to cut the corner and you know what I mean, do this than it is to work the hard and not get they perceive that they won't, get that reward or that benefit. But they be wrong, you know.
yeah, it's crazy because most people, instead of working a job, they'll sell drugs. It's like, okay, you went to jail for 5 years, you get out, you're about to do the same dumbass thing again. It's like you're wasting your time. That shit's stupid.
And the thing with that is that like we should also encourage like I know like we should be political about that but like if you're a decent person and if your mentality is decent and if you're open minded, like if you come this far and you did all that, at least like wrap up and like do something more positive.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it's just gonna be the same thing over and over again, and you're affecting other people around you. So it's like, yeah, you can make this much money and then you can just use the skill that you have. Because if you're doing all of that, right, you have a lot of business skills already.
Yeah.
And that will just come naturally to people, right? So just be like what's your grateful. So it's like that's what I usually tell people like,
Yeah. I mean, if you could do that, it's just it's easier in their minds that the market's right there, so I'll just serve this market. You know what I mean? But they need to understand. Like when I was growing up, I used to sell a lot of. I used to fence a lot of stolen stuff. I used to have guys that would go out and steal laptops, computers, all that kind of stuff. And I used to have a pretty good business selling this stuff. Like I could sell anything to anybody. And but it wasn't until I had one guy come in, and I wanted to sell him this laptop, and he showed me the same laptop in a store that was less, and it was legit. It wasn't stolen, and I was like, how is this possible? You know what I mean? And then I started researching, and that's where I got into understanding closeouts and surplus and bankruptcies and stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of businesses out there that are just for whatever reason they need cash. They'll sell the shit cheap. You know what I mean? Or they'll get the stuff off lease and sell it for like pennies on the laptop, and you can pick these items up and clean them up and resell them. You know what I mean? And then that's when I open. Like, I guess my whole point is there's so many opportunities out there for people to create legitimate, respectable work, but there's not enough people out there showing other people how easy it actually is. They've developed this idea that it's harder than what it is, only because they don't know how to do it. You know, this it's not hard. It just takes effort. Pardon? Mm.
But yeah, a lot of people don't like to share information, and it's like if you know something, you might as well share it. It's not gonna hurt you, and that's a problem with a lot of black people,
Mm-hmm.
just people in general. I think if they know something, they're gonna keep talking all around it. You be like, well, yeah, you gotta do this, you gotta have faith. You'd be like, nah, I ain't asked you that. Like, I asked you about how to get that bank account. Well, you gotta wake up and believe. Be like, yeah, I understand that, but I'm talking about the footwork. So that's what I run into a lot. It's like, nah, y'all keep beating around the bush and talking about everything else instead of like information. But information is easy to get. You can talk to a lawyer for certain business things that you don't know. You can go to a city hall. There's certain things you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't like to share that, like the simple things. Like I didn't know anything about the trucks. Trucking into I saw a dude was like, no, all you gotta do is go on like DOT office to get information and see what you need and all the right paperwork. Everybody else just beat around the bush. I'm like, man, that's simple. Everybody else make it seem like, oh, well, you need $70,000 for insurance and all this type of shit. But it's people make it seem like everything's hard. It's not that
Mm-hmm.
hard. Like nothing's that hard.
No, just some stuff takes time. The hard part is just learning it. Once you learn it, then you figured it out. You know what I mean? And it's not that hard. And I think a lot of it comes down to those people haven't realized that we're living in a different era. They're still living in the era of the game is to be sold, not to be told.
Yeah.
But we're living in a different area now where the information is there. Everybody can Google. You can figure out anything with enough time. You know what I mean? And so, from my view, it's kind of like I'd rather be the guy that tells you exactly what to do, or at least what I think you need to do, and you be grateful for, the journey that I set you on. And that if the shoe comes on the other foot or something comes up, you'll think about me rather than me try and block you, and then you figure out because you're going to figure it out whether I help you or not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're determined enough, you're going to figure it out. I'd rather be the guy that helps you, and that I'm your ally rather than your enemy. You know what I mean? And that's how it is. Like like I said, the information's everywhere. It's not like how it used to be. You know, there's nothing wrong with sharing the information. At least that's in my view. You know, because everybody's going to do their thing differently, anyways. You know, most people are not going to copy you exactly how you do it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like when I first talked to you, you gave me a lot of information. Like a lot of people normally don't do that. Like you give out information because like I don't care. Like it's not gonna hurt me. That's some people don't. Some people don't really feel that way. It's like, nah, if I give out too much information, it's gonna hurt me, or it's gonna hurt what they're doing. And it's like you never even met me, never talked to me. I spoke to you the first day,
Mm-hmm.
And you gave me a lot of information.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of information. Most people don't do that.
Because yeah, it's because I believe that I'm smart enough to figure out new stuff. You know what I mean? Like whatever told you, I mean, I'm sure there's things that I don't tell everybody everything. For sure. But at the end of the day, you're gonna figure it out. You're gonna figure it out. But I'm I believe that we live in an abundance. And if I withhold information from you, then that goes against that belief that we live in abundance. I don't believe that there's anything you can do that can directly impact my business. And even if you can do it, I'll see it and figure out a way to get around it because I'm not spending my time worrying about who can get at me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not worried about the competition. I'm just worried about where I'm going, the direction I want to go in, and how I want to see the world around me. And so you focus like that, you know what I mean? You're not worrying about the small little details. And then by me helping you and giving you that information, it's like, I'm building, not to say I'm building a team, but I'm creating a space where we're more having friendly competition than competition, which is what I what yeah, I like competition. I like us, like me being around people to push each other, but I like it fair. I like it friendly. You know what I mean? We all compete, but I don't like it when I feel like we're battling for a sale or for customers in a particular space, because then it goes against my belief about that we living in an abundance. You know what I mean? It's almost like by me giving away this stuff to you creates more stuff.
But that's the reason why a lot of the society is where it is because there's not enough abundance in the community, so everybody's strapped for bones. It's all these dollars. So I just put it out the way, but I just thought about that when you said that.
Mm-hmm. But that's because those guys choose to be dog eat dog. You know what I mean? They choose to all try to fit in the same space rather than saying, okay, you got that corner. Let me find a new corner that no one knows about. You know what I mean? And I'm going to work that corner until it gets too crowded. Then I'll find a new space. You know what I mean? When I was younger, being a DJ, like, I was, we lived in a neighborhood right in the beaches. And, there was only so many house parties in a weekend. And so you would always get bullied out of the house party, for the DJ because like someone had a friend or whatever. So I was like, okay, I'm going to create my own house party. Now I'm in, you know what I mean? No one like it's there, like it's an abundance. Like so, you got to ask yourself, like, what are you doing to create the market? What are you doing to discover something that hasn't, no one's tried before, or do it in a way that no one's thought about doing it? Like I focus my mind on those things and being sharp in those areas than I am worrying about, you know, how do I stop this person from finding out how I do business, you know?
But like I was saying about you want to do stuff, but then all the all the resources out here are not allowing you to be great because just like this, how the last girl that was on here, she always talking about getting a grant so I can build my business up. And she said that you can't even qualify. You know what I'm saying? And they'll let you take out $100,000 student loan, but won't let you take out a $10,000 business loan. You know what I'm saying? So
That's so crazy. That's, but sometimes, you got to ask
it's not as
why,
hard as you think, though.
huh?
I said getting a grant and business loan is not as hard as people think.
No.
You just have to have something established already. So if you're trying to get anything dealing with business, you have to have a business account. You have to have that business running, even if you're making just a certain amount. They have to already see that you're doing something. You have to have all right credit because your credit is bad. And that's just your fault. But
Mm-hmm.
it's not that hard because what is it, the SBA or whatever it's called, you can get certain loans. You just have to go through certain avenues, like to get, and those people don't answer their phone. So if it's an office close, you just gotta go to the office,
But
like the SBA and stuff like that.
But sometimes it's even just joining some groups that are in that area so that you can be around like-minded people. Do you know what I mean? So that like, oh, that loan is not that difficult, because you spoke to someone. Like I think that a lot of times we try to go in at these business ideas alone without, working in a support system. Just like how we're doing now. Like this is, support for all of us to sell business because like we're all talking about business ideas, business techniques, advertising. You know what I mean? Like we need to be in more groups like this. Whether it's Seamoss or, just being in a group of entrepreneurs. Like imagine all your friends were entrepreneurs. Like every single last one of them. You'd feel more positive and more, how do you say it, inspired because of what all these guys are doing around you. You know what I mean? Especially if you guys met like once a week or once every 2 weeks just to talk about what you guys are doing in business and sharing ideas. Like, look at all the stuff that we've shared in this group with each other to help our business, perform better.
It's kind of like that saying that you hang around millionaires who about to make a billion.
Yeah. Listen, success is something that's modeled and copied, right? If you want to be successful, like if you want to be as successful as Bill Gates, you do everything Bill Gates does. Like get up when Bill Gates gets up, work as hard as Bill Gates works when he works. Think, get the same sort of help and support groups. You're gonna achieve Bill Gates results.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So the question you have to ask yourself is how hard are you working to try and be like Bill Gates or to be someone like that? How much of your time are you managing like you would, be like with Elon Musk or something like that? Because these guys don't have time to watch Disney Channel, right? But we do.
I mean, I'll be watching TV. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm driving.
Yeah, this is different.
You're watching TV while you're driving?
I gotta see.
No, but you know what I mean. Like I'm shitting on that. Yeah. But I have a lot of friends like that where it's kind of like, oh, I need to watch my soaps or I need to watch this or that. And you're just like, okay, bro, like, or like, I'll want to watch something on YouTube to learn something. And they're just like, oh, you're always watching that garbage. Oh, you're always watching this boring stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's boring to you because, you don't want to enrich your mind, you know. But for me, it's like this is like, how do you say it? This makes my life easier. The more I know about advertising, the less likely someone's going to be able to rip me off when it comes to selling advertising. Like most of these guys can't talk shit to me because I know more about retargeting and audience building than they do. Yeah. And that's something I learned from watching Gary Vee. He was like, you want to taste enough stuff to just know and understand what it's about, so that when someone talks to you, you're not like an idiot and you don't listen. You know, you don't just blindly accept whatever they're telling you. Really? Oh shit! Yeah. How much? 40 million in coins? No way. You're lying. Wow. Mhm. Mhm. Oh yeah. Well, now's a good time to be buying Bitcoin. It's down like it's at 42,000. Another coin that's good to buy right now is Ripple. I'm actually looking at this right now, and I'm like, yeah. No, you can buy. You you can buy it on. You can go on Kraken and buy it. I own a lot of it. Yeah, Kraken. Yeah, Kraken's a good site. You guys have one called Binance USA. That's another one. But what you guys should really be checking out for your crypto is this app. I got to get back on it. It's called Crypto Hopper. And yeah, Crypto Hopper. And what Crypto Hopper does, it's an automated trading bot. And so you connect it. Yeah, you connect it to your exchange, and you program it to buy your coins at different points and certain levels and stuff like that. And then you sell it, you buy it, you sell it. It's like day trading, you know. And I've made quite a bit of money using it. It's helped me like keep track of what the coins' values are and stuff. Oh, shit. So I just went into my account and I was looking up some of the coins that I had, and I actually like I have one of those because one of the things it does, it allows you to paper trade. And I left this paper trade account and I wasn't watching it, and it's like I suffered some heavy losses on it. It's gone down like 22%. That's what it's been like since November. The currencies are really down. You know, True.
But yeah, it's a lot of them I look at. I think a lot of as far as what they
Mhm.
first I used to just I thought yeah, but I mean I'm still fine. I'm fine like every so often.
Mhm.
Like, but I still think it's gonna crash. I think it's gonna crash, but because everything crashes, things gonna crash and then go back up like it did before. They
Mm.
say it's gonna crash this year, or yeah, as soon as I hope, to me, I hope a lot of them go down because I think it's fine. Right. They say it's like a 4 year cycle. Yeah,
Yeah, they go through different cycles and stuff like that. One of them that I've been looking at, a coin. I'm just checking it out now. It's actually gone down a little bit in price. It's called Helium, HNT. Yeah, and so Helium is a cryptocurrency that it's more of a utility, and it's used to fund or operate an what they call an Internet of Things network. So, bro, do the research on these. You buy a box, right? It's about $300 or $400. You put it outside your window, right, or on your roof or whatever, and it helps create a low, what's called LoRa, right, a lo-fi network. There's a technology that's used to transmit um, uh, small data packets on what's called the 900 gigahertz megahertz range. So the same frequencies that um, your cordless phone operates on, they're building a network on that. And what it's meant to do is blanket the areas across cities and stuff like that with a small, cheap, lo-fi, like uh, like low data rate network that allows your like TV and your fridge and all these other devices to connect to each other on a network outside of your Wi-Fi network.
yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's another company that's doing that right now. It's like a little bitty. I don't know what it's called, but it's like if you. I think this is what you're talking about. It's like if my next door neighbor has a device, my device or his device, it's like a web. I forgot what they call it.
Like a
But
mesh, yeah,
yeah, it's not even the internet. It's just all kind of sharing. It's a system to everybody. So it's not like Wi-Fi. Well, it's like Wi-Fi, but it's not a real network
yeah,
because you order network.
yeah. It's they call it long fi or LoRa WAN, which stands for low data wide range, like a radio range, and they use like a radio frequency. It's meant to send like I think that the maximum speed is like 32 kilobits per second. But these networks can span like across cities. Like I can set up my network and it can connect to someone like 20 miles away, which is unheard of on regular, you know, like 5G or 2.4 gigahertz, networks. One of the things that I'm looking at, like why this has an interest to me, is I want to see if there's a way for us to build cheap, low cost networks in St. Lucia so that they can use it to track cattle and other agriculture. We have a problem in St. Lucia where cows, are wandering all over the place. And so to build a low data network that allows these animals to be tracked by GPS is huge, and then also to create the same, use the same technology in a low way to. They have a problem in St. Lucia where a lot of fishermen are going out to sea and they're not returning back because of bad weather and stuff. Yeah, and so one of the ideas that we have to do is to use a similar network like this to create a person-to-person type network that allows all the fishermen to communicate with each other using these cheap devices that basically they're almost like um, two-way text devices. Yeah. No, no, it's going to be the idea and the design is to be very like simple. And so what it will do is you'll have this device on your boat, and it will have like a solar panel so it can get sun on it and stuff like that. And then if you get lost at sea, you can send out a beacon, and the beacon will connect to the lo-fi network because it would be running across um, waters. They'll have line of sight, so they'll be able to create a very cheap network that could span, say, 30 miles on the ocean, 40 miles, and then we can use that to send messages to each other or GPS coordinates. So if they get lost at sea, we can locate where they last were, where the beacon was last. It's sort of like almost like having a black box for your ship.
They'll probably have something like that. To invest in something like that. That would be the thing. I could look. I could look it up. But what you're talking about, I think, is somebody actually has something in development like that. That's supposed to be cheap. It's not like it's not a price thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
like they're as small as a this last I got a big call, but if you have it with you, you can connect your phone to it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have that? Because people put it on your books that if anybody else have, it creates a network for you.
Yeah.
From a certain it's like GPS and everything. I need to find this. But it
Yeah.
sounds like something what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a few people working on these concepts, especially when it comes to tracking assets like agricultural assets and stuff. There's a thing called the Things Network, and what they do is they allow you to create these low low raw land networks that operate on this frequency, and they have them like all over the world and stuff like that. You go onto their website, you can see all the gateways that they have all around the world. And so the idea is to create like these similar gateways that will allow um, long distance connections between these devices. You know? And it would cost something like $20 for them to have this device, where a GPS is like 100 US dollars. You know, yeah. But who knows? That this idea is something that is probably about 3 or 4 years away from actually being like, how do you say it, coming to fruition. But one of the things that we want to do with the Seamoss business, like the profits from the Seamoss business, is to explore how to create like a cheap network. You know what I mean? Because if we take, this thing is as simple as putting like a pole at the tip of the end of the island with an antenna, and that antenna connected to like an internet gateway would allow these fishermen on the ocean to connect to this gateway through line of sight. And if it saves even one life, if we can get one person to, what I mean, find them at sea when they get, because sometimes these guys get lost, they drift and they get lost for like 3 4 days. You know. and this would be like an expensive network. You wouldn't have to worry about cell phone, reception or anything like that. Yeah, it would be really cool. Who knows? We'll maybe start a Kickstarter campaign about it.
Oh, here it goes right here. Here it goes. So let's go. I've been mad. I think it's called like gold tenant. Let me see.
Have you seen the Doomsday? The Doomsday Communicators by ArmaChat. They operate on the same sort of technology. They're wireless peer-to-peer communications without relying on an infrastructure service provider. The secret is LoRa. LoRa is a low-power, wide-area network technology. Depending on the country, operates on the unlicensed frequency bands of 433 megahertz or 915 megahertz. And these Doomsdays connectors, they're like
My living well companion gives me the
they're just they're like two-way radios.
Oh, it's just regular two-way radios, like. Well, yeah, it's not digital, right? It's just.
No, it's digital, right? They have like an antenna and a little box with a screen, and then it's got like a little mini keyboard on it. And then you type a message, and it will connect to the other device. And these things could be like 500 miles away, and they'll speak to each other through the LoRa communication, which is like wide range, low powered wide range. Like there's one guy who did a test and he was able to successfully connect from one device to another from 800 miles away.
Shit, I thought these things were cheap or something. These things too that up.
Yeah, and I think that's perfect in St. Lucia as well because there's not going to be a lot of interference.
No, not in these areas. Hmm. Yeah, they run on this thing called Meshtastic. So if you Google LoRa Meshtastic, you'll see these devices, and you can get it for like $27, $25.
Oh, that's cheap.
Yeah, it's like super cheap, and it'll run off like a little bit of battery. And what's cool about it is like it doesn't like all it needs is two devices in order to communicate with each other. But then it can also like the more devices that are close to each other, the more they can connect and create a network. So that you know what I mean. If there's someone like 2 miles out of range, if someone comes in between you and that 2 miles, they can basically extend the range of the network. Like the network's constantly connecting and building with each other on these users.
People have it the wider the range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically that's. And you said they have some that's $27.
Yeah. So
it's small, it's just something you can carry.
Yeah, it will. It's more of like the board with an antenna and a battery. It's called a T-beam device. LoRa Meshtastic T-beam devices. They'll send and receive messages, and it can even connect to your cell phone, so that you can communicate. You can use your cell phone as a keyboard. send the messages. But if you saw this, like, and you seen, like, you go on YouTube and you search for LoRa, LORA, and then mesh taster, you'll see these devices, and when you look at them, you're like, oh my god, this is perfect. Like, you can instantly see how this could be sitting on someone's boat as like just like a device that's there just in case they get lost, or you know what I mean. They need to send a message to someone. It's like really cool. And I'm surprised that we don't have something like this readily available for boaters and stuff. Like even just the government buys a bunch of these and gives it to their boating, um, their fishermen for free. They just have this device there so that if they get lost.
Whole mesh radios.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, you could do.
Okay. I see those little small things like $54.
They sell them on Amazon, I think, but this one I've seen it's listed for $27.99.
I see one for $26.99.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? This kind of technology would be perfect if you were like, say, running it like say an undercover drug ring, and you wanted to communicate with each other and not have the cops know what's going on. You could easily set up a network like this, and it would be all like um, encrypted and shit like that. They wouldn't even be able to figure out the network because you're not. You know what I mean? You'd be building your. Huh?
Not like this device specifically, but like similar to this, like it is possible to hijack. So that's actually really good to know.
Yeah, like they can hijack any of them, but the thing is, if you send something that's encrypted, depending on how you do it, and if you know you're going, the other person is the only person with that key to unlock that encryption.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you're smart enough, you can send messages to pictures, like regular picture, like the picture that's on my profile. I can put a whole message on that picture, and you wouldn't even know what it is. Until I send it to somebody, he can use his key to unlock that message that's in that photo. It's crazy. I can't explain it all, but I learned how to do a lot of it. Because I used to search the internet a lot, and I used to use Tor. So it's a lot.
Oh shit.
It's a lot of things. It's just like sending cryptocurrencies a certain way. It's that code. Nobody can break those codes. Only the person who has the key on his phone. He's the only person that knows. And they probably have technology that can break it, crack it. I'm more sure they probably do. Because they have quantum computers. You probably can.
Possible. Well, I know with this sort of technology, you'd almost have to have a similar device in order to connect to their devices, and I think there's a way to password like block it. So I don't know. I'd have to do more research, but I even think that the how do we say it? The strength that this has is the fact that it's going to be hard to detect the network. Like the network that you build with these devices and the way you're communicating, it's like someone would have to know that you're using that particular protocol software to do it because it's not like they would be able to pick. Like this is the same technology as using like a cordless phone. You know what I mean? And so, what devices are they selling to allow you to listen in on cordless phone frequencies. They're not really available, and then you got to know where the frequency is and stuff. And even then, the data that's being sent isn't audio based. It's all digital. You know what I mean? So you'd be sending text messages to each other and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just something that when you're thinking, you're like, oh, this could be good for that. Like, not that I would ever use that or be in that kind of position to utilize it, but I guess if I don't know, might be something you might want to sell to a bunch of drug dealers, sell them on a network. You know what I mean? Yeah, it'd be like The Wire. Remember that show, The Wire, where
Yeah, I was just finished looking at this series.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like, the gangster type stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I like Goodfellas. I like Paid in Full. That's it. Everything else.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I liked The Wire. I thought it was really good writing and the good storylines and stuff like that. And I liked how every season was covering a different area of the corruption.
Yeah.
You know,
I like the old guy who made the French. He was a nice guy.
who the
Detective. He was making like
oh yes, yes, that guy. I forget what his name was, but he was the smart guy, the detective. Yeah, yeah, the doll houses and stuff. And he was making a lot of money selling it. Crazy. Look at this. Someone's just talking about crypto here. Sell Sol SOL at 170. It's not reaching 200 at least anytime soon. Sol will drop to 120 next dip after it raises to 120, 170ish. Bitcoin to rise to 46,000 and then another dump to 38. So hold on to your money. Um, looks like Bitcoin's going to do another drop. And they're saying XRP is supposed to go to 54 cents. I hope that does happen. I'm going to pick a shitload of XRP. I'm really bullish on it.
XRP is 76 cents right now, right?
Yeah, so they're saying it's going to go down to 54. And so I bought that at 30 cents, then sold it at 60, bought it again at like 50 something. Then
And what do you use? What is called?
what am I using to sell?
No, to buy.
So, I trade on Kraken, and then I also use a bot called Crypto Hopper.
So with the bond, do they kind of like do all the work, or you kind of give them like a
You give them some parameters on which to make the buy and sell. It's all done by technical analysis. So the bot connects to your exchange, whether you be Binance, Kraken, or whatever, and it takes your currencies and you basically you tell it to look at whatever size chart you want, whether it's 15-minute chart, 20-minute chart, 4-hour chart, or whatever. And then you set these buy settings so that when it meets certain conditions, you buy. So you can use like indicators like Bollinger Bands or the MSCD, RSI, or whatever, and you tell it at certain points that okay, when the coin hits this sort of parameter, this indicates a buy signal, and you buy it. And then when the coin makes this other kind of scenario, this indicates a sell, and then you sell it. And then you tell it how much to buy per times that it buys, and how much profit to keep it before you sell it. all these other different sort of scenarios, and then you can test it through back testing to see what the performance is like. Then you just kind of let the bot go, and it basically buys and sells all day long. And if you programmed it properly, then it will make a profit. And then the idea is for it to make something like simple, like 1% gain every day, right? If you can get your crypto bot to be a 1% gain every day, then you're going to have a 30% compounded um, payment or profit. And then you take that every month and you just roll it in, roll it in, roll it in until a certain point where you've built up a nice nest egg that the money is just spitting out, you know, a certain amount every day, and you just live off that. Hmm? It's like $20 a month for the basic one. It starts at $20, and you can get it as high as $100. But some of them will even do what's called what's the term that they call it here? It's like it's kind of like scalping, I guess you'd call it, or arbitrage. Yeah, and so they'll make a bunch of trades on the exchange as it goes up and down, and so you make these little small gains, and that translates over time. Yeah, market arbitrage. Yeah, yeah. I think the market arbitrage is the one that works the best, where it basically goes in there and finds um, by like how do I put it? Depending on which exchange you are, certain coins will trade for different prices. For example, the price of Bitcoin could be one price on Binance and a different price on Kraken. With the market arbitrage, it will find those coins that are worth so much on one exchange and worth more on another, and they'll buy it on one exchange and move it to the next exchange and sell it, and then you make money off the difference. No, no, no. I don't use a VPN, and you don't really need an American address to do this stuff because Kraken's Canadian, and then there's also there's a whole if you do the research, there's a bunch of Canadian exchanges that you can buy on. The one exchange you don't want to buy on ever is Coinbase. Coinbase is the worst platform. The price is too high, so they overinflate their price. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I recommend moving into Gemini. Gemini has some of the best rates, or at least they did at some point. I don't know what they're like now, but I really like Gemini. There was a point where I was trading um, Bitcoin back in like 2017, and I was making like $2,000 to $3,000 a day trading it, trading Bitcoin. So back in 2017, the price of Bitcoin was like hovering between 12,000 and 16,000. And so depending on the time of day, it could be up 2,000 or down 2,000. And so I used to like it takes a lot of energy, right? Because you're monitoring this constantly. But I would buy and sell it as it went up. So it would go up $2,000, I would sell it. It would drop like 1,000, I'd pick it up and buy it and wait till it goes up 500-600 bucks. Then I would sell that, and then I just keep like flipping it, and you know, because I owned one whole Bitcoin at the time, it was like I could buy and sell that Bitcoin. what I mean? And so if the Bitcoin went up $2,000, like even here, huh? Yeah. Well, yeah. See, this is what happens when you have other people sort of help, like that have a say in the investments that you have. And so what had happened was the Bitcoin price had crashed, and I had bought it at a high price. And so as soon as it got back, my wife made me sell it, and so I had to sell it to recoup the money because she didn't want to lose any more money, and because she thought it was going to go down again. And I told her it wasn't going to go down; it was going to only go back up. And that's when it shot from like 10,000, 14,000 to like 25,000 in like a couple days. Yeah. But like any investment, it's like you got to be kind of emotional about it, and just you you win some, you lose some. You know,
Gotta have that bread.
you got to
That pressure on that money.
yeah, you got to be not afraid to lose that money that you invest in. Don't invest any money that you're afraid to lose. But you know what's a better investment to invest in than crypto is forex.
That's what I'm on.
Yeah, yeah.
Are they really trading properly? Like, how often do you?
Huh?
What's forex?
So forex is the foreign exchange, right? And basically, all around the world, right? Countries are trading currencies with each other in order to facilitate business and activities, right? And so depending on where you're at, I guess in the economic cycle, the currency could be either valued high or valued low. I guess depending on the demand, because if they have too much cash, say too much of one currency, they need to sell that currency so that they can use it to buy more. Like everybody wants US dollars. So you're trading these currencies back and forth. But why they're better than, say, crypto is that crypto, a lot of the times, it's like it has intrinsic value. There's nothing to support it, like, say, gold or whatever. There's nothing to back the value of that product. Whereas with currencies, there's a backing with it through these governments and their central banks and stuff. They make sure that there's reasons why the price is going up or going down, and so it's huh?
Even the news will just like
It's not available.
when there was the election period, man, you could lose game money so fast when it was around time electing the presidents. Forex was going crazy.
Yeah, yeah, because of the perceived value of what that country is going to be, whether or not someone gets elected or not. And that's the thing, is that you can predict, whether or not the price is going up based on information like job creation, or if they're balancing their budgets and stuff like that. And so you can use that information to kind of predict where the coin's going, but also they follow patterns and and cycles, and so it's easier to keep up to date on them, or to follow the trends, so to speak. And then, pardon? No, I was going to say, yeah, and you can use these things like leverage to increase the amount of investment that you put into it as it goes up a few bucks. Excuse me, goes up or goes down a few points. That's where you make your money, and it's pretty easy to like make like $500 in a day while risking only a couple $1,000.
It's faster too.
Yeah.
It's like especially you're a day trader or long term holders like this.
Yep.
like all the tools you use to almost like get advantage. I mean, all different kind of tools and techniques, stuff like that to like predict where the train is going. Mm-hmm. Pretty much see it. But you have to do some practicing though. It ain't just something you get into and beat the whole system because it's market manipulation too. Because as soon as you get in, you put some money in, win, you can lose quick.
Yeah. You got to understand what you're risking and how you're risking it. But, if you understand, like, you could look at a price, and say, oh, this is, it's low normally for this time of year for this price, and then buy into it, and then it will, more than likely, it will go up. And then you sell it and you pocket that profit. I like Forex. I see it as a way to really make some, you know, you can start, like I said, like if you could do something where in 5 hours or say 2-3 hours you're making $400, in your pocket. That's a no. Never heard of Start Engine.
This website is an app. It's the same guy. Fish Tank, I think, or Shark Tank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shark Tank.
But the website you can go on and invest in companies before they even hit the stock market. So most people invest in Coinbase before it became public and things like that. Mm. So everybody that invested early, like, paid hellified money because when it hit the stock market, I think the share was like 500. So everybody bought it at like $4 or $1 and something like that. Maybe that was the profit. But I used them to buy shares in certain companies. Like I had share in what's this company? It's supposed to be like this social network fan base.
OnlyFans? Like fan base.
I think it's called fan base. Before it start stuff like that, it's either going to go up or not.
Yeah.
But a lot of companies, it's good to go on there and look at some of the investment.
So those are like probably like pre-IPO setups, right? Probably. If you're getting them before they have the market, then it's pre. And IPOs are always great. I have a buddy of mine that's pretty much all he does is basically set up companies to make IPOs. But you also have to do your research because a lot of these IPOs, they're kind of like pump and dumps, or they can be. Even the one where my buddy made the company was a CBD company. He made CBD drinks, and the initial IPO I think was 65 cents. The stock went up to $1 and change, almost $2, and then it dropped like significantly. I remember picking it up for like 10 cents, and I bought a whole shitload of them, and then they sold it from the company was called Fividia, and they sold it to another company called Choom, and Choom bought it at 17 cents. So I almost doubled like my investment, went from 17 cents, 10 cents to 17 cents when we got the trade in, and then I think the stocks. It was a high of 30 cents at one point, and I sold a bunch of it, and so I still hold some of it, but it's tanked big time. All the wheat stocks are getting hit hard. Yeah, that's because you know what it was. It was like the dot com bubble happening all the time, and I knew like when they were getting into that legalization space, that a lot of this stuff was like all hype and like, they weren't going to do the numbers, at least in Canada, that they were predicting. And the reason why is that they didn't really do enough to sort of um, eliminate the black market. The black market is actually bigger now than it was before legalization, where it's easier now for these guys to kind of move their product around. And not only that, but now the cops, whereas everybody was all looking over their shoulder, now for the most part, no one cares because, you know what I mean? There's not like there's a task force trying to take out illegal operations. They just, it's almost like the will to do it is not there because it's like, oh, it's legal anyways. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's crazy with the way the market's going, and so they just killed it and made it so that it's easier. Like it's easier to stay in the black market than it is to go and do legitimately because you got to pay all these taxes, overhead. You have to pay and I think because the government has such a control over the product that there's no way for them to make any extra money. Like all the margins are controlled and everything, and then they have an oversaturation of locations. Like yeah, I mean, it all the that's it. Take it back to the old school ways. No, everything's all designer now. Everything's all designer. It's all concentrates. What are you gonna do? Oh well. Well, it's looking like it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, and as much as I love hanging out with you guys, I have to start doing. Yeah, where are you trying to buy it from? You need to get the account on Kraken, but you can still buy it. Really? Did you do your two FA not two FA but you know what I'm talking about? Did you do your KY KYC or whatever? You know when they check you out, make sure that you are who you are. Oh, okay, that's weird. That's it. You know that they're like this guy's a terrorist. I know it. Yeah. With a name like Yusuf, flag, flag, flag. That's it. That's it. So I'm gonna log on right now and see if there is an issue with me buying. Yeah, no, this is a good. Now is a good time to be buying XRP. Yeah, oh, that's it. It is. No, I can buy it. You're doing something wrong. I don't know what you're doing wrong. I can buy Ethernet, Ethereum, XRP. Yeah, it's 75,941. It's down 8 almost 9%.
Yeah, sometimes I know, like when I was coming back over the Forex, you gotta have a certain amount of money on there. The price is high. Like when I was doing Forex, you gotta at least have like I think like $5,000, $10,000 on the account. That's all that.
No, here you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, no, there's no minimum. Like, I think there is some sort of a minimum, but it's not a lot. You know, holy shit! At one point, it went down to as low as $62, 62 cents. Jeez. That's weird that you can't buy it because I can buy it. You know, no. Just looking at it here. Earlier this September, it was as high as $1.41. So it's like half the price now of what it was earlier. I know it's gonna get to like $10. That's what I'm waiting for. We get a XRP to that price. Yeah, I mean it's weird that you can't buy it. It must be something you're doing wrong. They don't like you. Well, if you want, you can send me some money. I'll buy it for you. What, the XRP? No. It's usually cheap. Yeah, it's cheap if I withdraw the money and transfer to a different wallet. Yeah, it should be. Let me see. Transfer. So yeah, I think I might even buy put some money into this crypto tomorrow. Save some money. Oh, what?
What kind of car is that? I'm about to say, 'cause I know I'm a dog man, you know. I'm about to say, but you just saw a car. Yeah, probably so. Say the name, what's the name of it again? Cargi, your Cargi. Oh man, I hate those. Man, I hate those. They look like lashes, but they short. Oh man, they look like the last. How long? It's like brown. They come in like gold, brown, with white chest. Yeah, I guess they somewhat look similar, but yeah, the hair is different. The hair. Man, I had the smoke. Right. Man, I got my first pair of up dogs. One of those dogs. Like I was coming off. And told my ankles, look, told my ankles, look. Ever since then, I'm like, no, I was kicking it down. They was like, oh. And now that I'm older, like, man, why was I scared that dog? They're pretty cool, though. Yeah, I can tell you that. This showdown. Yeah. Naturally smart, just like I didn't train this dude to tell me he had to be trained. Let me know. Like, there's a lot of stuff especially when I had him on the train. Oh, okay, then, yeah, yeah. It's good for that. I got two people with 2 chihuahuas. I don't like the hair. The hair is too short. That shit get my eye. Yeah, dog always looks like Lance. The color.
I have an English Springer.
Yeah,
An English Springer.
Springer.
Yeah, English Springer. Let me see if I can take a picture of it. Hey, look at me. Mason. 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 He's all looking at me like, what the fuck you want? Yeah. If you pull my photo to refresh, you'll see it. I just updated his profile. He's like sitting there at the door and gave me a dirty look like, what do you want? This dog, you see the look? He's a human. Like, he's crazy like that. Crazy dog. But what are you gonna do? He's and I had let me go check it. I used to have a teacup Yorkie too. Oh yeah, these ones are serious. They don't fuck around.
I like this. Does it get these in big or it's a short breed? It's a short breed. It's like a medium size, but they got like more blades, like I guess. They're real short. I like them. They got a good color. That's how you look on that bitch. You stand every day like that. Every day. No matter what I'm doing, I'm cooking, sleeping, you stand.
I always wish I could figure out what's going on in these animals' heads, you know?
Driving, he was in the truck. I was driving, staring.
That's funny.
Crazy, my dog. Just because of dog. Yeah.
I actually just lost another dog that we had for years. We had a teacup Yorkie. I had a dog named Sparkles. And she just passed over Christmas. Which is sad, but you know, it is what it is. That's today. Tomorrow.
They grown now, though. I just, that's good. They grown. Yeah, so I got some ankle biters and I got some ones that go south.
Oh yeah, those are nice. They got nice color, especially that brown one.
Ankle smalls, I don't know brown kids. My dog is going to be a little bigger than like a cocker spaniel. A little bigger than that. A little sharp legs. Hey, keep your dollars Seamoss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to make treats. Like they sell, they sell Seamoss treats, but I'm about to make some Seamoss treats with bacon fat farm.
Nice. Yeah.
You feed your dog raw meat or not? Yeah, I feed my dog whatever I table food. You can give them like raw meat and things like that, like the whole like chicken ground up, salads, everything, guts, all of that. Um, the dogs tend to act different. They kind of smarter, I would say. They kind of act a little different. Not vicious like you think of even things. They get vicious like that. They get like a little smaller. They act different.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feed him somewhere right now. I even give him like goat milk. He has his own little refrigerator items. Oh, you one of those. Yeah, like I got goat milk, I got cow milk in the feeder. He has dried oysters.
Muscles.
He has sardines too, dry sardines.
Look at him, man.
And he has some for his bones. Yeah, I got a whole what's the book? It's like complete holistic dog shit like that. But I got a bad, bad, bad ass.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
But you're here. Yeah, I got all that stuff on because I'm like, I don't want him to have no back. No, back.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Back problems, issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to do all that. My dog, and I was like, you know what? Dog is better than I am. But no, I got lazy on my
Yeah, it's true.
toenail clippings every week. I'm like, man, come on, man. Real grow me. I come on here, but still, I'm like,
Yeah. Some of them get treated so nice.
right, yeah, they got the VIP suite rooms and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. But I know people like that because they're almost like their kids and stuff like that. I got to think like that because I'm okay. Exactly. Mhm. Yeah, you come out to vet, your bill's like $1,800. And this dude ate some rat poison the same week I got him. For real? Same week I got him. Yeah, he ate some rat poison at the truck stop. Man, I had to pay $700 for him. I was like, well, they took about $1,500 a day to stay in the vet. I was like, nah, he gonna have to die. We gonna have to go with I'm serious, bro. I'm like $1,500 a day. I'm like, man, I can't afford that. I'm like, nah, they just gonna have to come with us and open the vet. He made it. Right. He made it. Right.
Crazy.
Yeah. I was like, man, sheesh. How long you had them? Oh, 10 and a half. He already
Oh, shit.
I'm ready to what's up? Yeah, I got her from Mississippi, I think.
Nice, nice. Okay, we should end this, guys. Like, otherwise, we're gonna be up here till like 4 in the morning. And
Another picture of my post. Like, here we go.
you put another picture of your puppy.
I was looking for
Well, hurry up. I'll let you post one more photo of her dogs before. I mean, I could leave you guys here if you guys want to keep talking. I'll keep the room open. But I need to get some sleep. I gotta get up. What? Porn? Oh,
he put another picture up too. Yeah.
oh, you guys are bad.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those two little chow chows.
Yeah. I thought it looked bad.
He's intense. You know?
All he do is run around. That's all he do. Yeah, he gotta sleep on my feet for the very reason. When I sit down, he gotta sleep right on his bone on my feet.
Oh, nice, nice. Wicked. All right. Well, guys, I want to. What?
Yeah, send me your email. You can post it.
Um,
That's the guy that the other thing. I was like, oh,
yeah, it's easy. It's reach Julien at gmail.com, but I'll send it to you on the back channel here. Here. Reach, REACH, Julien, JULIEN, gmail.com. And, ooh, we're going to let everyone go. Thank you so much again for hanging out and talking for another 4, almost 5 hours of Seamoss conversation. And pretty cool stuff. Talked about everything: crypto, forex, marketing. You know, it's awesome. We did. So hopefully you guys can join me again next. What this be Sunday? Before you know it, it'll be Sunday. Yeah, good. It did. It did. It did. I got to start figuring out what to talk about next week because I feel like we're starting to run out of subjects or things to really talk about.
these more people come in on that clubhouse. Or, you know,
Well, in the clubhouse, I have about 311 followers. And then on the club, the Seamoss Club, there's 253 members. And then I have the Seamoss Buyers Club. That's got like 7,100 members. And then I think my Facebook page for St. Lucian Seamoss, that's got something like 2,000. And that's what like Moss King was talking about earlier today is like, you know, for a group that has 7,000 members, you know, you'd think there'd at least be 20 or 30 more people watching these live streams. You know what I mean? And it's not sad, but just a little disappointing that you only see about 10 or 15 people coming in to watch these streams when there's, you know what I mean, so many. And it's like, I don't know, maybe they, you know, most people feel like they don't need to share information, that they know everything that they need to know. I don't know. I think there's a lot more of these guys that follow the teachings of Dr. Sabi in the group that I realize, because I know those guys definitely do not watch my these live streams. Like this is like against their, you know, all their beliefs and everything. No, you guys laugh, but it's pretty comical to see how upset they get. Huh? Literally. And what's
I was waiting for them.
and what's interesting is a lot of times if you look at some of these posts and what's really being said, they see it as attack on Dr. Sabi, but it's like, no, we're just talking about information. You know what I mean? And what's real and what's not, you know? Pardon? Yeah, but you know, I understand it. If you spent like, how do I put it? Like imagine you don't want to invest any time into learning something. You invested the little time that you did learn into something, and everything that you did try to learn, you realize it's a lie. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you back out of that? You know?
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's devastating. You know? So I. What? Say that again. Yeah, that's it. Look at him. Like he's bald. Look.
Somebody got mad at me because I was like, lemons for vitamin C and love. And he got mad. That's not true. Lemons are hybrids. I'm like, no, they not. I was like, you talking about hybrid stuff, that's different. Hybrids and GMOs are totally different two things. Totally different things. Hybrids are made by bees. Or I can make my own hybrid like bees,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't make it bad. It just makes it a mixed breed.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have genetically modified things, which I feel like aren't good for your health. But yeah, but even that, even like soy, isn't really genetically modified. It's just been grown by people so much that it changes. You do have genetically modified corn and soybeans.
Yeah, where it's like been grafted with something to change
Yeah, but grafting isn't bad. Though. Grafting is just me taking a plant like an orange stick, put it on put it on a mango tree, and now my mango tree won't merge. It's on that branch and it's going mango.
Mm-hmm.
But that isn't nothing isn't wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just I can take different branches of different mango trees and graft them on one tree. And I'm getting all different varieties of mangoes, but I'm only getting different varieties on the different branches.
Mm-hmm. On the
So that's
section
not
level.
genetically modified. That's just grafting, which I feel is good if you want a variety in your garden. Florida does it a lot. And I don't want to wait 5 years just to eat one mango off a tree. So I'm not growing up mango from a seed.
True.
The actual conversation, get it on the video here. I will add the.
What happened? Hello? Hey, did I leave the room for a second?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny too about Twitter is that like if you look at the toilet after the report, it isn't even like you can still see it. And how many times have you chewed on it too?
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that is corn has just been heard that we could be the wild girls. Yeah, well, but yeah, like organic as well too. Not really, not really. Because organic things still changing in time. So that is genetically modified. It just changed because so that is always slightly different. So it changed because the seasonship here, the seasonship there. Now you have different varieties. Things are different growth. It's going to change and adapt to the environment. You know, and that's a lot like dealing with food. Like I used to have to all the food and stuff, and you see how food is, and you see why it's so expensive, and you see why it's so hard to get wild food. Because people that say they got wild food, I'm sorry, if you're not in the Caribbean, if you're not in these places, you're not eating anything that's like wild crap like that. Not here, unless it's in your backyard. Like restaurants in these big places, in these big ass companies that claim that they have this wild shit. No, you're not. Unless you rape the piss out of Africa in these small little islands. You know, other than that, that that's just too expensive to get. Right. It's crazy because it's so much stuff people don't know about. And it's like rice, for instance. You have different grains of rice. You have so many different grains of rice. Me personally, I don't like the wild black rice that everybody talk about. I don't like it. It's a different grain of black rice that I actually like. That is a little more nutritious than the one that everybody loves. But that nasty shit that everybody talk about, but it's just hard to get. Wait, why don't you like wild rice? It tastes like milk. Yeah, I could do a but you have another black grain rice that's shorter. It's it's exactly like the wild rice, but it's short. And like it looks like you know black rice. Yes, black rice, but it's different. There's some black rice that's actually like it's black rice, but it's not the wild black rice, which is different species of it. But this black rice, it doesn't get mushy like white rice or some other rice. It's not like this rice when you cook it, it's like fucking slime. But this white rice, this black rice is slightly more nutritious than white rice. But yeah, you can't really tell people because like no, it doesn't say it didn't say this, he didn't say that. But it's so many different varieties of fruits, grains, and it's so much stuff that they don't even sell. You can only get it. You can only get it if you visit these places. Okay. It's I used to try to tell people certain things. It's like they don't understand where I'm coming from because I learned about food. I know what it is. Just people talk about alkaline, it's alkaline. And I was like, it's not that simple. Yeah. You know, because yeah, it is a balance. You need things that's acidic. You need things that's alkaline. You're not supposed to just have mushroom called it as alkaline. Then you're gonna get sick. It's just like you know, you need everything, but you need to know how to eat balance. You need to be a balance. You know, proteins, which when you say proteins, people rhythm resistant proteins isn't meat. Protein is simply amino acids. Right. So I mean, for me, I look food is totally different from how I look at it because I had to learn when I had to cook shit. You know, so it's eat. eating a certain way, trust me, I tried it not every time. That shit isn't balanced. It's not balanced at all. So why the case with that, with the whole balance thing, with like you need acids, you need like things that are alkaline, is that like our body? Okay, let's just say that I've been eating the way that I've been eating since I was living at my family. So that's like pork, maybe not a lot of pork, but let's just say like the pork, the beef, um, not having fruits right in the morning. You get my concept. Is that like switching on right away to like an alkaline, like quote unquote alkaline lifestyle is like kind of like not really how we should be doing it, and that's what most of us are doing. So like I always preach like cleansing our gut, like cleansing our colon first, and then do that balance. So like switching to like fully quote unquote alkaline is kind of like, you know, isn't really doing us a favor in a sense, even though it is better in a sense as well. But I don't know, like, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, sorry, Julien, like if you need to.
No, I had left for a bit, right? And I left by accident, and then I came back, and I've just been kind of like listening in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's it's different things. Like people have a problem with sugar cane number 97, but 97 is okay. Also still eat meat. Yeah, I know that. And he even said, well, people just disregard. Yeah, they know what they just disregard. Um, it's a it, it's like sugar cane. People know that that's genetically modified. Oh, you have wild sugar canes grow everywhere. You have wild sugar canes grow in Florida, in Jamaica. That's white sugar that you're supposed to drink raw. Sugar cane, you're supposed to drink that raw. You can cook it into molasses, but that's for certain things. It's just like the people in the Caribbean, the all those islands. Those people don't get sick like we do. It's like those people use that shit how it's supposed to be used. Like it's supposed to be like I saw a video Julien put up in the news. I think he was making the cocoa sticks, and he was. I think it was a video where the dude was taking the bark off of the tree. Like he was sitting, it looked like he was on the side of a house or on the street or something. He was, you know, doing the bark or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm like, see how those people process stuff? They process stuff like it never changed. They've probably been doing it for centuries, the same way.
Hmm.
So I'm like, man, see, those people get the best stuff. It's fresh. So I'm like, we don't have it. You know, wish we did. All our like wild fruit trees are gone. They come down in the city area. Let's just go.
Hmm. Hmm. Down there, everything's wild and growing everywhere. And in that video, he was actually making, he was doing cinnamon for the spice rub.
Yeah, yeah.
So he was breaking up the bark, and drying it out in the sun, and then they add that into the spice rub. And it was pretty cool, like the smell of it. The
In the
cinnamon.
spice room is what?
It's, I don't know, it's got cinnamon, different other
Okay,
sticks
it's
in it.
just a seasoning.
Yeah, it's also got oh, it's got the guabonde in it, and a few other like herbs and stuff like sarsaparilla, and you know.
Okay, have to get some of that. You selling it?
Um, no, not really, but maybe I could get some. Or get the ingredients, like the stuff that you put in the jar. You know what I mean? To make the spice rub. I could probably pull that together, and then you just get your own bottle, and then add alcohol they'll put some overproof rum in it. Strong rum. That's the brand. It's called Strong Rum. It's like strong shit. My dad drinks it. It's like 70, 80% alcohol or something ridiculous.
I still have so many of those couple of sticks, man. Like, man, I was like, man, I'm not giving them away. Like, man, this is too much. I didn't know they were that big.
Yeah, they're big cocoa sticks. But they're actually starting to become really popular now. I'm actually, I got a lot of orders over the holidays. I got to go and bring some more in because we're almost out.
And you know, it's crazy. Each like, area of the Caribbean islands, everybody have their way how they make cocoa sticks. It's different ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Jamaica is different.
Yeah,
It's totally different. Like, even the way it feels is totally like different from the feel to the texture, everything.
mm-hmm. The Jamaicans are like balls.
Yeah.
Yes, go around balls. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, I know I keep saying I'm leaving. I think if you want, I'll leave the room open in the clubhouse. You guys can continue talking, but I really should go to bed. I know I'm going to hate myself in the morning if I don't get some good.
Right. Yeah, I know. That's what I think about, you know.
Yeah. I always sleep in, and then I don't get any job done, and then I usually, like, I don't know. I'm going to go to bed. I don't want anybody freaking out. Where's my order? And, you know. Huh?
When I ordered the Seamoss, I saw you put a sale up the next day. I was like, man, this is stupid. I was like, I got a sale on top of the sale. I was like, I
Never intentional.
Yeah.
I'm like, this dude, man.
You know what? Next time you buy, remind me before you buy, and I'll give you the same special now. What it wasn't planned. It was one of those things where I basically, I don't know if I told anybody else the story, but how we got that sale over Christmas was that someone came to my partner's house uh, with Seamoss, hoping that he would buy the Seamoss. And we had finished buying, like we had no money to buy any Seamoss, right? Like we had everything that we needed to last us for a couple weeks. So he was kind of like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do, right? And the guy was like, not crying, but like fucking really desperate to the point where it was like he had no way to get back. Me with the Seamoss. Like he had to almost walk home. So he left the Seamoss there. And so my partner was like, I feel so bad. Like some of these guys aren't even going to have a Christmas because no one's bought their Seamoss. So he was like, you know what? Fuck it. Create a ridiculous price and let's just sell a bunch of Seamoss. So I'm sorry that you had to find out the day after you bought, but I am willing to expand the special for you to, just let me know the next time you buy. Say, hey, I didn't get it, take advantage of it. But yeah, what I do try to do though, it's funny, because I send out most of the messages by email. I've set a condition where if you've made a purchase in the last 72 hours, you don't get a notification that I'm having the special because like for that very same reason, you don't want to upset anybody when they realize oh shit. But
I'm like, man, this is the best sale ever. I was like, well, I missed that.
it's like $15 a pound. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. But you know what? I've been thinking about changing the pricing and adjusting things in a certain way, and making it the, excuse me, the wholesale rates a lot more affordable. And then I might do something where we're gonna like adjust the pricing a bit and include shipping into the price so that you get free shipping. Yeah.
You need to get at least that can buy at least spend $100. That way you can make a million.
Yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean?
People like buying bundle packs and shit. But
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do some kind of group buy service where everybody will pull their Seamoss together. I actually found a site like that. It's called the Alliance, the Seamoss Alliance.
Oh yeah,
You've seen those guys?
yeah. I did.
you really do have something like that.
Yeah, there's this group called the Seamoss Alliance, but I don't know. I don't want to shit on them, right? But
I know. Yeah. It's only better for Americans, to be honest.
Tell the truth. What it is. Tell the truth.
like their prices is not as good as what you would think if they were putting the bulk orders together. It's almost like they're selling you CMOS, but they're making it seem like you're buying it as a group. But you're not really. I don't know. I don't want to say you're not. It just doesn't look like that. It just looks like they're selling CMOS.
I mean, I only buy from you now because the other ones is too expensive. Like, as far as the price, the best price, especially the quality. There are only two people with certain quality I buy from.
Mm.
And the other guys too goddamn expensive. I don't even buy from you. Like, they too damn expensive. You know? But, that's about it. Like, I don't buy from anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like powder, I buy powder in stores. But that's a different
Mm-hmm. That's the Congress. Yeah, I mean, I it's like I try to be humble, but I have to be honest. Like when it comes to the quality of CMOS coming out of St. Lucia, I don't think there's anybody that has better CMOS than what we have. You either have as good as CMOS or worse, but you don't have better. Like you definitely have the best that's coming out of St. Lucia.
Yeah, you really do because it's the other guy who I was getting to see from is like, okay, now I'm gonna get it from Julien now because the other guy is extremely too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. And I don't know if he's in that same area in the Caribbean
Mm-hmm.
somewhere, but I'm not sure like what part. But
Let's see.
his sequence is nice, just like yours. But I'm like, nah, he's extreme.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot about that. Argentina is something in the Caribbean. No, it's girls and stuff just right there.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
manufacture it, but I was like, man, I do it. You know, price and shit like, god damn. Like, what kind of shit?
Yeah, I mean, it could be just the way they're bringing it in, like the volume, and that adds to the cost, you know. Because I think if we were to bring it in less at a time, it would cost us more to ship it. You know what I mean? And so But we're even working on new ways to kind of reduce. We're always looking at ways to reduce the cost, whether it's the cost of boxes or the cost of like the actual shipping and stuff like that. You know, what I mean? So hopefully in the next little while, as we reduce our costs more, we can offer better competitive pricing. I know that if I'm able to form like an association and get more, how would you say it, like have like an alliance, so there are a group of people buying at once, similar to what the Seamoss Alliance is talking about, then I can go and negotiate some really good rates and offer the Seamoss. But I think that if I'm going to do that, it's almost like though it's like if you're going to get these really cheap prices, then you got to be willing to move the Seamoss. What I find Yeah, what I find sometimes is these guys get a cheaper rate, and rather than using that cheap rate to lower their prices so that they can move the quantity, they keep their prices as is, and they just try to hold on to it and make more money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like I want to work with guys that are not willing to sit on it. They want to get it out there, flip it, just like how I'm flipping it. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? I will be selling it to you for a cheap price, and you're not going to be coming back. That's like the biggest mistake that I see a lot of these sellers doing is that they
like
sell. Yeah. What?
yeah, like that's kind of like what I'm doing as well ish.
Uh-huh. Is what you're selling it too cheap? Because that's what I was going to say. Is that they're selling it for too cheap, and they're not. They don't have the support of the volume, so that their sales. It's like they have to sell 3 times as much CMOS to make a certain level of money, whereas it's going to take longer to sell that 3 times the amount.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm. Yeah, it's the pricing is such a science. You know what I mean? That you have to figure out and understand the balance. Yes, and there.
I think the people from Antigua or some shit like that. So I don't think there's anybody.
Not really, but it's not bad. The CMOS that's coming out. There's a lot of CMOS that's coming out of Antigua. Some of it is it hasn't been hydrated as well as it could be. That would be my only complaint about their CMOS. But a lot of times, like they get good results with it. So that's probably like I can't see people complaining about something and they're continuing to do it after the complaints. You know what I mean? So, but I know someone who bought like CMOS from Antigua, and I remember when they showed it to me, I was kind of like, it's not bad because he was like, "What do you think of the CMOS?" And I was like, "It's not bad CMOS, but it's wet CMOS, and so people looking at that are going to kind of question, you know what I mean, where this is from." And they like I find it amazing the amount of people that are experts on what's fake CMOS when they've never seen fake CMOS.
It's not really fake. Well, it's not fake at all. I don't know why people say fake.
Yeah. It's not.
It's just different.
It's just low quality.
Different, I guess.
Yeah, it's just shitty quality. Right? But that's the thing. They're so convinced that something exists when they've never seen the existence of it. So whatever. All right, guys. I keep saying it, but I'm gonna say it for real.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're probably gonna just stick around, but yeah, till Wednesday. I mean, till Sunday.
All right, so I'm gonna leave quietly. I'll let you guys continue the room, and I'm gonna get some rest so that I can get up early and do my job. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good night, guys. All right, and there we have it, guys. Thanks for staying to the end. It is 5 hours and 15 minutes of talking about CMOS and just the CMOS business and stuff. But I'm dead tired, and I know that if I don't end it, I'll stay up all night, and it'll be 5, and I'll be like, why? So until next Sunday, I look forward to seeing you guys again. Thank you so much for joining and watching the video. And don't forget to take your Seamoss.